Morning, Bobby.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are currently located on the land which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange among the Mississaugas people and is the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. We honor, recognize, and respect this nation and its indigenous peoples as the traditional stewards of the lands and waters in which we meet today. Mr. Clerk, could you do a roll call and then the rules for today's meeting, please?
Anderson.
Good morning, I'm here.
Ash.
Present.
Barton. Barton. Be late. Carter.
I'm here. Good morning.
Chapman.
Good morning, Mr. Clerk.
Collier.
Good morning.
Crawford.
Present.
Dyes.
Good morning.
Drew.
Good morning.
Foster.
Good morning.
Grant.
Good morning.
Hyatt.
Present. Good morning.
Kerr.
Present.
Leahy. Leahy. Absent. Lee.
Good morning, everybody.
Marin Pietri. Marin Pietri. Absent. McLean.
Present.
Mitchell.
Present.
Mulcahy. Mulcahy.
I can't hear you, but I'm present, John.
Sorry, are you asking for Mulcahy? I'm present.
Present. John Neal is present. Joe Neal.
Mayor
Yep.
Pietri's present as well. Good morning.
Marin Pietri is present. Joe Neal. Nicholson.
Here. Present.
Pickles.
We've done municipal business.
Roy.
Good morning.
Ryan.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Watton.
Good morning.
Yamada.
Here.
Chair Henry is present. Members of
Leahy's
council-
present as well, thanks.
Pardon me?
Councillor Leahy's here as well. I'm present, thanks.
We have you. Members of council, we're using Teams. You have both the audio and visual functions. Please use video when you're speaking or asking questions. The chat function is operational. It's to be used for request to question or request to speak only. The chairman will not acknowledge you in the RTS RTQ chat function until we get to the item. We will be continually monitoring the clerks at durham.ca if you have any inquiries or wish to file a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mayor Carter, would you like to say a few words?
First of all, good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much. I take this moment, it is a somber moment in our community, as many of you know. In the early morning of Monday, the 22nd day of March, we had a residential fire at 149 Olive Avenue between Simcoe and Ritson Road. As many of you know, this is a part of a historical district in our community that has many residents that live in this particular area. I take this opportunity to extend our condolences to the family and friends, neighbors that have been affected by this tragedy. And we are saddened, of course, and devastated by the loss of life that we were notified about. 4 lives of our community have been lost in this fire. Myself and Deputy Mayor Chapman visited the site to be able to not only be able to see the site, but also to pass on our thanks to the many organizations that were there to be able to serve our community. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take this opportunity, if you don't mind, to recognize fire services, not only here in Oshawa, but also the Toronto Fire Services and surrounding communities that also assisted Oshawa Fire. Of course, Durham Regional Police, and a special thank you to them, and Toronto Police, EMS, that do an extraordinary job under difficult situations. A special thank you goes out to the Toronto Heavy Urban Search and Rescue Teams, that were on site and helped us through this period of time, as it was a very vulnerable situation and needed specialized services. We take this moment of reflection to be able to pay respect to all those that not only attended the scene to try and deal with this particular fire, but we also take a moment of pause to be able to say our prayers and thoughts of those that have been directly affected. I have to say that our fire crews did an incredible job on arrival. They are extraordinary individuals that do extraordinary services each and every day, and I can't even imagine what they faced, not only on arrival, but throughout the last 72 hours, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just be able to say thank you very much to our faith communities, to our other communities in the municipality, to our residents and citizens that have been reaching out to be able to assist those that have been displaced. I also want to say that Pauline Hopley, that works in our social services department, Mr. Chairman, at the region, has been extraordinary to be able to work with in our social service department to help those individuals that have been displaced and those that need assistance. Her skill, her talents, her abilities, and her giftings truly have been demonstrated not only in this incident, but previous fire at 922 Glen Street. So, Mr. Chairman, I rise today with a very heavy heart. Our community is devastated by the loss of life. We are grateful for those that served us in such a heroic manner, and we ask for your thoughts, your prayers, your support, and your encouragement as we as a community not only mourn the loss of our residents, but also as we recover through this tragedy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Members of council, declarations of interest. Mr. Clerk, I see Mayor Foster has one on 12.1. I don't see any others in the chat box.
I have one in 12.1 as well, Mr. Chair.
So that was Councillor Anderson on 12.1.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Anderson and Mayor Foster, we need the reason for.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have filed the declaration that this relates to litigation between or potential litigation between Clarington and Durham region. And as a result of that, we are declaring, well, I am declaring, I assume it's the same for Councillor Anderson.
Yes, same, sir.
Same reason, Mr. Clerk. Okay. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize Mayor John Grant from Brock, who is here today. This is his first meeting. Good morning, Mayor Grant, and I know that I had sat beside you in the last term of council, and we're happy to have you back.
Thank you, sir.
Members of council, if you could go to item number 4 in the second page of your agenda. I need a mover and a seconder on the regional council meeting, February 24th, item 4.1.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Roy.
So just give me 1 second.
Seconded, Councillor Yamada.
Members of council, just give me 1 second, because I am utilizing the chat box. So, Councillor Chapman, you will move 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. I'm looking for someone to second that, please.
Councillor Kerr. Second.
Okay, just give me sorry. Where's the council? So Councillor Yamada is in the chat box as the seconder. All those in favor? Say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes. Yes.
In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. We'll move on to presentations. Item 5.1, Chief Rollauer, Durham Regional Police Services, to give the quarterly update to Regional Council. Chief, you're on the line? I see you. When you're ready, please start.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll turn it over to Police Service Board Chair Drew first.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to address Council this morning as Chair of the Police Services Board. I was elected Chair in January 2021, and I would like to acknowledge former Chair Kevin Ash for his leadership over the past 2 years. The Board expects a busy year ahead with 2 key priorities it intends to pursue. The first is the action plan to enhance trust and confidence in policing. The draft plan was published in the fall and various consultations have occurred since that time. An online survey was recently completed and the board received almost 500 submissions from members of the public and 300 submissions from DRPS members. We have also received deputations and written submissions from members of the public and held sessions with the Diversity Advisory Committee and Youth in Policing participants. The board will be finalizing the plan over the next month based on the feedback received. The second priority is the selection of the next chief of police. As council is aware, Chief Rollauer was appointed on an interim basis in September 2020. As I'm sure council would agree, Chief Rollauer has done an excellent job at holding the fort during this transition period. In the coming months, the board will be undertaking community and stakeholder consultations on the selection criteria and competency profile for the chief of police position. I can assure you that the elected representatives of Durham Region will have the opportunity to contribute their views and perspectives, and we will keep council informed as this process moves forward. Finally, Mr. Chair, I did want to mention that the board and the Police Association have both ratified an agreement to amend the collective agreements with members of the DRPS. The agreement is for 5 years until 2024. We believe that the deal is fair and reasonable to both employees and the taxpayers. We are very pleased that the negotiated settlement on this duration is now finalized. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please go ahead, Chief.
Thank you very much, Chair Drew. If I could just get the slide moved to slide number 3, please. So that's a little further ahead. If you could go back. Mr. Chair, I believe we have sent the wrong file or the admin, or that's a file that was presented to Police Service Board yesterday. That's not the regional update.
Okay, Chief, I believe that we have it now. Just give members of council, just give us a minute and we'll have it loaded. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you very much. I think if we could move to the 3rd slide. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Police Service Board Chair Drew, Regional Chair Henry, and members of council. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I would like to start by commending all members of the Durham Regional Police Service for their dedication over the past year. The need to continually adapt during this global pandemic has been a challenge, and I could not be prouder of our members, both sworn and civilian, on how they have responded. The list of changes our members have had to face day to day is lengthy, including new and ever-changing regulations to enforcement under the EMCPA, all while focusing on ensuring the safety of members and our residents. We secured PPE supplies even when that was difficult in mid-2020 and currently have 6 months worth of inventory. Our cruisers and divisional front counters were adapted, all in the name of safety. And we have only had 19 positive cases total, none of which were contracted while on active duty. We have developed many new policies and directives in relation to the pandemic response. And these include reserve staffing, decontamination fogging units, contract tracing, and other needs and measures. We also work very closely with many partners, including the Durham Regional Police Association, Municipal Bylaw, Public Health, municipalities, and other first responders. As Chair Drew mentioned, we are working closely and in tandem with the Police Services Board and taking steps to build trusts with the communities we serve. We have community members involved in reviewing our policies and procedures and in our interviewing process. I will highlight more about this later in my presentation. We have faced budgeting challenge in recent years, and that we continue to address in order to maintain the same level of service to our community. As you are aware, we have reduced staffing by 7 officers this year. This is compounded by other factors such as WSIB costs that have increased by 250% since 2016, despite the service's efforts to take positive and proactive approaches for our members' well-being and support. The next slide, please. The body-worn camera project started in June 2018 with a pilot that equipped officers from 2 platoons in West Division and regional traffic enforcement officers and members of the Festive Ride team. In September 2020, the findings were presented to the Police Services Board, and the board recommended the adoption of the body-worn cameras as part of their draft action plan for enhancing trust and confidence in policing. Recently, funding was approved outside the police service budget guideline to begin to adopt this technology. We have invested more than $1 million in unbudgeted soft costs since the beginning of the pilot project. This includes position transfers to allocate staffing without being backfilled to support the pilot project. As we begin the 3-year deployment across the region, we will start by equipping officers in traffic and then in West Division again, as they were part of the original pilot project. Next slide, please. Our Youth and Policing program, also known as YIP, has adapted well to the need for virtual programming. While many programs for youth are being canceled, this one that focuses on leadership has risen to the occasion. YIP is made up of 74 students, of which 65% identify as female and 63% are racialized. They recently hosted an online impact forum focusing on leadership and raised a record-breaking $20,600 for the refuge at the virtual Coldest Night of the Year event. The youth leaders and their DRPS mentors should be commended for their hard work to keep the youth engaged and keep the program so successful. I would like to thank Sergeant Dina Peden and Constable Conrad Wong, as well as the YIP coordinators, Aaron Wood and Oscar Lee, for all that they do. Next slide, please. A renewed Diversity Advisory Council met for the first time in August 2020. The new team includes 11 Durham citizens from far west as Pickering and as far north as Beaverton and over to the east in Oshawa. Virtual meetings have occurred since that time, with at least one member of command being present during each meeting. The Durham Regional Police Service website has been updated with information about the members and the work DAC has on the go, including their involvement with interviewing prospective recruits. DAC members have sat on a total of 12 interviews over the past 2 weeks, and a number of them also attended paperwork sessions for potential new recruits. They've also reviewed a number of our policies and directives and have given their recommendations for us to consider. Next slide, please. This chart represents citizen-generated calls for service since 2015 up to 2020. As you can see, there is an increase year over year. Examples of these types of calls include suspicious person reports, neighbor disputes, domestics, driving complaints, and other traffic concerns, as well as check on well-being and mental health calls. Next slide, please. For the next few slides, I will visit some of the calls for service categories. Please note that these stats are for January 1st to March 1st, 2021, and they're compared to the same time period from 2020. So as you can see, check on well-being calls rose by 167 calls. These calls often come from family and neighbors that have concerns for someone they know but cannot reach them. Suspicious person calls from citizens increased by 7 incidents. And with fewer people on the roads, impaired driving calls decreased by 167 incidents over the last year. And while this is great news, I would still like to express my concerns about impaired driving on our roadways. The 2020 Festive Ride campaign saw 51 members, individuals charged with impaired driving offenses on our roadways. Next slide, please. Overall, violent crime is down by 13%, which accounts for 91 incidents. However, aggravated assault is up by 67%, which represents 4 incidents. Sexual assaults are down by 8 incidents. Robbery calls are down by 31 incidents. This includes street level robberies, and this could be attributed to less foot traffic and people out as people stay home because of the pandemic. Next slide, please. When looking at violent crime, we can turn our eyes to the increase in gun seizures in Durham region. From January 1st through to March 17th, 2021, Durham regional police officers have seized 46 crime guns, which represents a 77% increase compared to last year over the same time period, with 26 crime guns seized last year. To put this in perspective, we are on average seizing a gun every 18 hours. The gun, sorry, if you go back to the previous slide, the gun pictured here is a firearm that was seized by a frontline officer during a traffic stop. Officers must be prepared to face any kind of situation, even when tending to a routine traffic detail. In 2020, 16 crime guns, were seized from our frontline officers simply on traffic stops. Next slide, please. Commercial break-and enters are on the rise when we look at property crimes. The increase in commercial break-and enters is driven by a pattern targeting restaurants. The increase of 123% represents 43 more incidents than at this time last year.
Where did that happen? That's weird.
I'll just wait till the presentation's back up on the screen. Thank you. Stolen vehicles increase represents 20 more incidents this year to date, with high-end vehicles being the most targeted category, and I'll elaborate more on that in a moment. And while the increase in overall fraud categories is small, there are notable year-to-year increases in reports of the fraudulent use of documents. The reduction in break-and-enters to residents can be attributed to more people staying at home due to the COVID-19 restrictions. Next slide, please. Durham Regional Police continues to work with other police services and partners to investigate high-end vehicle thefts rings within our region. Theft of higher-end vehicles has become a sophisticated crime. Thieves have been observed using high-end tech equipment to steal key fob signals from residential homes. Many people leave their vehicle fobs at or near their front doors. As pictured here, a thief is picking up a signal from a key fob using an antenna and equipment in his backpack. He then used the signal to steal the car in the driveway. A recent joint services project named Majestic, headed by York Regional Police Service involving Durham Regional Police, Peel and Toronto, recently recovered 70 stolen vehicles worth $4.5 million. Next slide, please. Over the next few slides, I would like to expand on how our policing budget is not keeping pace with the investments in comparable services and with the growth in Durham. For context, the Police Services Board compares Durham Regional Police to these similar services, which include Halton, Hamilton, Niagara, Ottawa, Peel, Toronto, Waterloo, and York. Next slide, please. Durham's cost per capita moved from the third lowest in 2017 to the second lowest of the comparator group for 2018 at $288. This is 6.6% lower than the comparator group average at $309. If Durham region was at this average, our budget would increase by approximately $15 million. This continues to demonstrate the value investment for Durham region. Our residents are getting great service. For crime severity index, we rank 4th, and our clearance rate ranks number 2. In terms of weighted clearance rates, which looks at the severity of crime and how often it is solved, we rank number 2 when compared to similar services. Next slide, please. I mentioned this at my last presentation that in the past 7 years, 7 out of the last 11 years, the regional budget guidelines have come below the requested base budget for Durham region operations. Through continuous improvement programs and technology, we have streamlined the organization to meet our annual operating budget. Next slide, please. When we look at staffing, the increase in officers has not matched that of the population. The authorized strength for officers remained at 871 for 2010 through to 2017. 2018 declined by 7, and then to a high of 924 in 2020. In 2021, we reduced to 917 sworn officers. However, we will be increasing to an authorized strength of 922 with the implementation of the body-worn camera, but these positions will not be added to frontline operations. Next slide, please. Civilian staffing also follows a trend that has not kept up with the population on the same scale. The civilian authorized strength was at 306 members from 2010 to 2015. Then it was reduced to 304 for 2 years before returning back to 306. In 2020, the authorized civilian strength is at 314 members. Next slide, please. When comparing population to officer ratios, Durham falls well below the average of similar services. Our population to officer ratio is 785 to 1, and the average with our comparator services is 719 to 1. And that picture, or that slide shows the relative comparator services. Next slide, please. Divisional inspectors have scheduled appearances at their local council meetings to present their community safety plans. Here the inspectors can answer individual councillors' specific questions about local policing and community safety concerns. Also, the divisional inspectors are preparing monthly updates to be sent to their respective mayor offices. North Division will also be meeting with Chief LaRocca and the Mississaugas of Scugog Islands First Nations. Next slide, please. I'd like to take a moment to say thank you to all our members, both sworn and civilian, who respond each and every day with integrity, empathy, and professionalism. This includes frontline, investigative officers, admin staff, members in communications 911, records, facilities, courts, security, and every other unit within the service. I'd also like to thank our regional partners, including EMS, fire, healthcare, and other agencies that work with us each and every day to serve the residents of Durham Region and make it the safest place to live, work, and play. And finally, I'd like to thank our elected officials for their response to the pandemic and for all the support you give our service. On the next slide, please. That concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions members of council may have.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Questions to the chief.
Chief.
I'm hearing an echo. Okay, we'll try again. Questions to Chair Drew or the chief. First on the list is Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief, for presenting. Ultimately, I think I speak on behalf of Council for thanking you for presenting these high-level stats across the region. I'm going to keep my questions to a broader level rather than the local municipality, because like you said, we have a local meeting with our inspector in April. So my first question is, I think it was in the fall, or was it possibly the winter, where you had made reference to an employee survey in regards to identifying racialized members of the force. So it's about 3 to 6 months later. What's the status of that survey?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Lee. So we're continuing to work on that survey. We have, as you know, or may be aware, we have a strategic plan with respect to equity and inclusion. And one of those commitment teams has been struck to facilitate the implementation of that strategy. And also it is reviewing the survey prior to going out. Obviously, we want to make sure we're asking the right questions and getting the right information so we don't have to revisit this later. So we are anticipating to have that survey out within the first quarter of 2021. So I'm hoping I can update you and council at my June meeting.
Fantastic. That's great to hear. So the second point I want to make is obviously we saw a significant increase in crime in 2020, but it's shocking to me only because it's a time when the entire province was locked down for I think at least 3 of those months. What do you attribute to that increase in crime? Is it due to people being stressed out because of the pandemic? Was there any specific cause that led to the effect?
Well, my presentation, the stats I presented today was strictly for the first 3 months of this year. So we have noticed some increases, but I think you have to keep in mind it is early in the year, and I wouldn't consider this at this point to be trending. In terms of last year specifically,
right.
We did notice some crime increases. However, we haven't delved into the impact COVID has had on that. Some calls for service that have increased. It obviously were suspicious person calls, check on well-being, and assist ambulance calls. But there was a significant increase last year in terms of violent crime in those pieces.
Okay, I mean, that's relatively good to hear then. So my final question is, in Ontario and the rest of the country, we're starting to see a significant and troubling increase in anti-Asian crimes, hate crimes, so to speak. So have we begun to see the same type of relative stats in Durham region? I mean, I think compared to like York, our Asian population is not nearly as big. But I was wondering, like, do we generally keep statistics in regards to specifically like hate-motivated crimes? And if so, what would those statistics be?
I'll have to get back to you on those statistics. I don't have the hate crime before me right now. We do have a unit that looks into that. I do believe hate crime is underreported within our region, and obviously I would encourage all members and certainly councillors when you're interacting with our community members that if they're experiencing those incidents that it needs to be reported. So as a police service and certainly more as a community, we can get an accurate picture of what is going on within our region. But I will get back to you on our council with respect to the stats that we have for 2020.
And just on that very final note, why would those crimes be underreported? Is it fear of reprisal? Why would people not be reporting those crimes, do you think?
That's a great question. I think part of it is perhaps education. I think maybe culturally from previous experience, fear from contacting the police. I think it is a good question. I'm not sure that I have the specific answers, but I do believe anecdotally that crime is underreported within our region, and I think provincially as well.
Well, thank you again for coming quarterly. We really do appreciate these kind of touch points with you, and please, thank yourself and police board and the rest of the service for the good job you're doing. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for both Councillor Drew and also the chief, if that's okay.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess I'll start with Councillor Drew. I noticed on the agenda for the police board yesterday, there was an amendment to the board policy on preventing and responding to workplace violence and harassment. And if I'm not mistaken, what the amendment was that the complaint, harassment, or violence against the chief of police or deputy of chief of police shall be provided to the police board. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm just curious, have you never seen that before as a police board? Where did the amendment come from?
It apparently is in some legislation, as I understand it, and maybe the chief can help me out on that. I believe it's in legislation, and we wanted to make sure that we had it in our books as well.
Oh, I see. So just mirroring the legislation.
I believe so, yes.
So is there, okay, that's great. Thank you so much for that. And to the chief, my question is around, first of all, I want to say, Chief, thank you so much for everything that you and your team do for our community to keep us safe. Honestly, I know, I don't mean to be critical at all. I just have a lot of questions, and I just want to say thank you. Honestly, your team is a great team, and I really appreciate them. I do have a question though around the Omnis Person Program quarterly update. As I understand it from the meeting yesterday, is this a new program, and this is the first quarterly report that you've had?
Yes, it started, I think, February 12th. So the report was based from February 12th to February 28th. So that was the first report. So this is a new program, and that you're correct. That report was the very first one.
How did this program come about?
Well, that's a great question. It's we've done a number of internal surveys, and within the survey, the narrative, and I'll just simply the Coles Notes version, is that we hear from our members that there's fear of coming forward to report incidents of harassing, bullying, different types of behavior. There's fear of bringing that forward for whatever reason. So it was a look on the outside. This is a very unique program. It's the first of its kind for a police entity within the nation. It was looking to, if members aren't comfortable coming internally, the idea is for them to go externally to somebody outside of the organization to deal with, and hopefully resolve the matter. If there's evidence that there's criminality, or if there's Police Service Act implications, then those will be referred back to the organization. It's just another option for our members to go to resolve, hopefully resolve issues they may be having within the organization.
Great. Sounds like there was a few bumps on the road there, just listening to the board meeting yesterday. But I think it's a great thing, and for what sadly it needed to be put in, but thank you for that. Thank you for the answer. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next in the chat box would be Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief, for coming here this morning. And also, I should congratulate you on the excellent job that you're doing for our communities. My questions are usually limited after I follow the excellent job that Council Lee does. You are now the acting chief. How many deputy chiefs do you have? Is it yourself and two others?
That's correct. Deputy Chief Bertram and Deputy Chief Marano, who is in interim at this point.
And why I ask you that, it's because you come to council 4 times for the year, and it's either yourself or the deputies. So that's maybe you come twice and they come once each. I don't know how that works out. You find that to be too onerous, or much of a problem for you coming to council quarterly?
I serve at the will of the board. I think we'll review it at the end of this year. I certainly don't have a issue coming and speaking to council. That's not the issue. I think it might be beneficial to have a more structured process in place with our divisional inspectors providing updates. Admittedly, I did find some of the questions that I've been asked, and even previously Chief Martin was asked, for more at a local issue. And to be quite frank, although I try to keep my finger on the pulse of this organization, it's difficult to know everything that's going on, especially local priorities in terms of traffic enforcement and those pieces. So is it onerous? No, it's not. It's just
okay. Thank you, because I find it helpful, and it also allows me to answer questions from the public that ordinarily I couldn't have answered without these quarterly visits to council. During your presentation, you alluded to the fact that your WSIB claims have increased, I believe, by 25% or more. I stand corrected. Do you have a structure in place for a return to work program where you have things such as make modified work available, etc., for your officers?
Yes, absolutely. I'm actually quite proud of the work our Human Resources part led by Acting Manager or Director Britton does. We do have right now, the last report I have, which was in January, we had 128 sworn members and 77 civilian members who were not fully deployable. However, 67 sworn members and 37 civilian members are performing modified duties. So not all those individuals are off. If we have the ability to give them meaningful work within their restrictions, that's our goal, is to get people back to work as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. One final question is through the chair. What do you attribute for the increase, such a large increase? Is it mental health issues or is it physical injuries, you know? Do you know?
In terms of WSIB?
Yes.
Most of it is with respect to occupational stress injuries. And obviously there are other injuries. I think it's a mix. I don't have the specific breakdown before me. I can certainly get that to you. I know that we have that data, but I don't have it before me.
Okay, that would be helpful. And you do have mental health support for your officers as well, correct?
We have, we're very lucky, and I give credit to our police service board. We are one of only, I believe, 2 or 3 services in the province that has unlimited psychological benefits for our members.
That's good. Thank you very much. And thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next in the chat box is Councillor Miriam Pietri.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Chief. Thank you for the presentation. I have some questions. I think you alluded to some escalation in gun violence and gunplay. If you could just expand on what sort of programs or initiatives DRPS are undertaking in order to stem that tide, because we've seen that in North Oshawa, as you know. And I want to thank you and the service and the men and women involved in helping the mayor and I and other council members who have had to struggle with some of these issues as of late.
Well, and thank you for the question. And I am deeply concerned about the trending we're seeing within, not just within Durham region, but obviously within the GTA and provincially, about the increase in gun crime. The challenge is these illegal guns come across the border, the illegal guns being purchased by straw purchasers, which is individuals who have purchased guns legally, and then they sell them illegally to individuals. Plus, obviously, from time to time, residences are broken into and firearms are stolen. So we are working very hard. Our gun and gang enforcement unit, our frontline officers, our CIB are working very hard on tips. We are working very hard with respect to collaborating with GTA partners and Eastern services to address this issue. It is complicated. It is not within one area. It is crossing borders within our province, obviously, jurisdictions. So it is a challenge, but it's about keeping on top of it. It's having the resources to put towards these investigations and paying attention to it. But it's, yeah, it is deeply concerning to me.
It is, and having appreciated the efforts that continue to be made, any advancements, obviously you can't speak of ongoing investigations, but are you seeing a trend in this being a random play, or is it involving gangs?
I would describe it as these individuals are in a high-risk lifestyle.
Okay. And noting that, we do have a special division that deals with this. I mean, maybe more than one. We have intel, and we have guns and gangs, if I'm not mistaken. What sort of resources do they have to be able to tackle this? Because I don't want, and I'm sure that you probably feel the same way as every member in the community likely does. We don't want it getting out of hand. Do we have hotspots where we can target our resources?
Certainly, I don't want to get into, and as you mentioned it before, ongoing investigations or things we utilize. I will say that we do have crime analysts. We are well tapped in to our colleagues within the province. We know individuals who have been arrested are on conditions with respect to violent crime and conditions with respect to firearms. We pay close attention to them. It is ongoing. It is, like I said, it is complicated. Certainly more staffing would assist with respect to that. But there are a number of pressure points, as I'm sure you're aware, within the organization, and it's about allocating resources appropriately to keep the lid on tight across this organization. But certainly, yeah, if we had more staffing to put towards the gun violence, that's would be ideal as well.
And just to ask, where does our guns and gangs and intel division operate from? I believe intel is over in Whitby. Is guns and gangs in Bowmanville?
Yeah, I'd prefer not to disclose the location of all our. They are intelligence. They are based surreptitiously at times. So our intelligence unit is located in Whitby, but from time to time our units do move around.
Okay, and the reason why I ask, through you, Mr. Chair, is recently we've, I guess, seen, or at least we'll see a vacating of the premises on Durham College's campus. That presence in North Oshawa helped to set the tone at times for different situations that we're incurring now. And I'm just want to ask through you if there's any thought that's been put into a North Oshawa police station. I know that other council members have spoken about the issues in their community, but the concentration that you're probably seeing in certain areas and communities, you're going to get the same question asked of you. But if we've wrapped our heads around where new potential police stations and resources need to go to, so that we can be proactive and actually be able to facilitate that presence, or at least in this case, the restoration of that presence, that physical presence, because intel operates, as you've indicated, in a way that sometimes we don't see, which is obvious. Guns and gangs operate in tandem with them, and we're not able to disclose locations and what their operations are. But I think a physical presence, through you, Mr. Chair, is very important for the residents and also for anyone who is in this high-risk lifestyle to understand that DRPS are in these areas. So just wondering what the situation is to replace that presence or to restore that presence in North Oshawa.
Yeah, and thank you for the question. I'll be quite honest and blunt. There isn't any. I think you are aware that our budget was reduced by $3 million. We simply don't have the capital to pay for leases. I know Ajax was wanting a division. North Oshawa was wanting a division. I was at listening on Brock Township, and with respect to Cannington, looking for a building there as well. We don't have the money for that. I'm certainly not opposed to those discussions. I know I'm meeting with the board, the board's finance, the police service board's finance committee in April. I think we have to start turning our mind to buildings for the next 5, 10, 30 years from now, where they're going to be located and what exactly we're going to do. That's something we have to turn our mind to it. But in the short term, there are no plans to put buildings, substations anywhere across this region. We just don't have the capacity or the funding. Certainly, and I don't certainly no sarcasm at, but if the municipality is willing to, in kind, donate a building and pay for the lease and the utilities to run that, I would be happy to work with any municipality to put the infrastructure inside. But that's obviously a discussion that would have to be had later.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Chair, I think the responsibility is of the Durham region, and I think that we have to have these conversations and act on them quite soon, because I regret to hear that there are no plans, seeing the trends that are increasingly concerning in our community. And I think the discussions at council for the last number of years have been pretty much the same. I think we have to wrap our heads around ensuring that we can act in a way that the RPS is present. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the chief, how do we take these conversations from questions to actions? What sort of motions do you need in order to help the board facilitate these projects so that we can restore the presence, or at least establish presence, in even other communities that have hotspots?
Sorry, was that for me, Councillor, the question?
Yeah, what would you need for us to do in order to get you moving towards planning and acting on restoring the presence of DRPS in North Oshawa?
Well, I think from my perspective, yeah, I report to the board. It is essentially the board's budget. I just implement the allocation of funding. So I think it's a discussion with the board and certainly or with the finance committee of the board. And if they have any recommendations, I will leave it with them to bring forward to regional council.
Okay. So through you, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the chief's remarks, but I'll just ask an open-ended question of you and the board in that that the board bring forward a report to council to highlight or suggest what resources or what actions are needed in order to facilitate this presence and to stem the tide of some of the activities, the illegal activities that we're seeing. Would you consider that to be reasonable, Chief?
To be honest, I'm in the board's hands. Like I said, I report to the board. It's the board's budget. I could give my recommendations to my police services board and the chair, and it sounds reasonable. I think it starts with the dialogue, right? The discussion of what the future of this region looks like, where our pressure points are, and where our future buildings need to be located.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Yamada, you've withdrawn your question, correct? Okay. Councillor Yamada? Okay, we'll move on. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you for the opportunity to follow up on Councillor Marion Pietri's question. I come at it from a kind of unique approach, given that the southern part of Oshawa already has a substation building. I worked very hard in my previous tenure on council to get that building built and available to the community, and the police service closed it down. Am I understanding from your answer to Councillor Marion Pietri that there is a possibility, provided that funding could be found for the operations costs, utilities, etc., that we could look at reestablishing that substation, given that the everything is already paid for, at least everything by the police service right now?
Well, just for clarity, that building in the south end of Oshawa is still operational. I went by it the other day, and there were like 3 police cars there. So it is still a police facility, and our victim services works out of that building. So it is still an active substation for Durham Regional Police.
With respect, my community doesn't need a victims reporting center. It needs an active police substation with fully staffed police officers on a regular basis, and that was how it was set up initially. It had a walk-in possibility. People could come in to get information. It worked well with the community. I'm just looking for an opportunity to go back to that initial design for that substation rather than simply being an afterthought. So what I'm looking for, I guess, very specifically is what are the costs of operating that station, and what type of financial assistance would be required, or budget assistance would be required to have that return to a fully operational substation?
I don't have that information obviously before me, but if the expectation or your request is that it's a 24/7 building, there would be staffing costs in that. And right now, as I mentioned, I think this is the 3rd time we reduced our staffing by 7 for 2021, frontline staffing. So that would be a challenge, but there would be budget implications. So I'm happy to share that and let the board know what the cost is. But the reality is to fund and staff that, there's an impact to our budget. And with respect, I would offer that there are other pressing issues within this region rather than staffing a building in South Oshawa. I understand the need and the desire from a community perspective, but from a regional perspective, I have other concerns that are occurring that I would allocate funding to. But certainly I can have that dialogue with the board and let them know what that looks like and provide a funding model on what that looks like. There will obviously be a cost to it.
I understand that, and I do thank you. It just would be helpful to have that information. One can't lobby for change if one doesn't know exactly what the cost is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henry. Through you to Chief Rollar. Chief, you've been very frank in your descriptions of budgetary constraints and staffing reductions and the impact it's had on the Durham Police Service. And certainly I recognize the fact that you are working in a unionized environment. I would like you to comment on the initiative by Durham Region regarding automated speed enforcement and red light cameras. And do you anticipate a redeployment of your staff, recognizing the potential effects that those initiatives will have in reducing the need for officers previously engaged in those enforcement areas?
And that's a great question. I'd probably first start off by saying that it is a regional project. Durham Regional Police has very little touch points with respect to the red light cameras and the speed enforcement system. Obviously with Vision Zero, that plays a part into it. So we are connected with it. We do have certain touch points, but the program itself does not reside with Durham Regional Police. In terms of, is that going to reallocate staffing? Potentially. You know, we do know through our statistics internally, and we work very closely with the region, traffic, determining where those high collision intersections are. But I think that's that bigger picture. I don't know, and I haven't received the data, or even if it's available yet, because the program is relatively new. I think it was implemented in October. So we're just around the 6-month mark. I think we probably should be getting some baseline data on the impacts it has. And I think we can make an informed decision as a region and certainly as a police service on how best to allocate those cameras and speed enforcement, that technology, and then to augment that with our traffic initiatives, or our traffic officers were to deploy those. But I don't really see it reducing the need for traffic enforcement within the region. I think it's an augmentation to our enforcement and education programs.
Okay, thank you for that. It could, though, theoretically make up for some of the loss in officers or reduction in numbers, or possibly eliminate the need for some future expansion of the force? Would you care to speculate on that? I know I'm putting you on the spot. I realize that.
I think my answer would be no, because our population's growing. So there's more cars on the road. I suspect as the municipal election approaches, those of you that are seeking re-election will be doing door knocks. I anticipate from previous years that traffic will be one of those issues that our residents remain concerned about. So to be honest with you, and if I was to speculate, my answer would be no. I don't think both those programs will not eliminate the need or reduce staffing with respect to policing in terms of traffic anyways.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, I'm checking the chat box. Seeing no other members of council with questions, Chair Drew and Chief, thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you, Chair Henry.
Members of council, we'll go into still in presentations. Item 5.2, Ian McVeigh, Manager of Sustainability, on our 2021 Climate Change Update and Corporate Climate Change Action Plan. Mr. McVeigh, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Chair Henry. I've just shared my presentation slides. Can you confirm that they are visible?
Yes, they are. And when you're ready, please start.
Perfect. Good morning, Chair and council members. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm here to present a summary of the proposed Corporate Climate Change Action Plan, which was developed following Regional Council direction stemming from the Climate Emergency Declaration in January 2020. This is about a 10 to 15 minute presentation, which covers at a high level a lot of different topics. So I won't be able to go in depth, but look forward to a Q&A following my remarks. This plan is about leading by example in municipal corporate operations where the region has a high degree of influence. It's important both for credibility and as a way to sort of demonstrate the technical and financial feasibility of the change that the region wants to see in the broader community. It must be recognized, however, that regional corporate emissions represent a relatively small portion of total community-wide emissions, approximately 3%, and that through policy, regulation, and investment, the region does have a broader role to play in partnership with senior levels of government, local area municipalities, energy utilities, public institutions, industry, and the broader public sector. So that's really the role of the Durham Community Energy Plan and the Low Carbon Pathway. So I just wanted to clarify that in terms of the scope of what we're looking at today. It is corporate operations, but it does connect to that broader community-wide ambition. Also worth noting that this is focused on greenhouse gas emissions and doesn't contemplate climate adaptation. That is the role of the Durham Community Climate Adaptation Plan, which is separate from this corporate climate change plan. Achieving deep greenhouse gas emission reductions is as much or more so about organizational transformation as it is about technical solutions. Organizational transformation means elevating climate and carbon as a core decision-making consideration in the annual business planning and budget process. So the framework that we've described here in the plan and here in this presentation is really set up to enable annual tracking of progress and future forecasting as part of the annual budget process, with the goal really being to give council transparency over the carbon impact of budget decisions. The framework here is not going to be prescriptive in terms of how targets are going to be met, but rather describes the mechanisms for how departments will identify, quantify, and prioritize measures for implementation. Recommended targets that you see here and in the plan are set to align with climate science in recognition of the urgency to avoid catastrophic outcomes from climate change. Fundamentally, that means a net zero trajectory with deep greenhouse gas emissions in the near term to set us on that path. It's also worth noting that these targets do align with those set by regional partners in terms of industry partners like General Motors or Ontario Power Generation, both of whom have set corporate net zero targets actually ahead of 2045. So it is aligned both with industry and in terms and government target setting. The carbon budget management process that you see here really describes how climate action will be embedded into the business planning process. It starts and ends with the annual climate update report, which will present a thorough stock-taking of progress towards milestone targets and provide direction to the corporation to identify options within business plans to close any emission gap to the next milestone target. As part of preliminary budgets, and forecast, departments will develop plans to align with the carbon budget mandate. There will be technical and financial analytical support available, and project intake will be streamlined with the business planning process. Mid-year, there will be a strategic conference with directors and department heads to review the plans submitted and prioritize amongst submitted projects which move forward as part of the budget process. Thereafter, additional project due diligence in fall of each year will be undertaken, including any preliminary design work that's needed to enable a project to be implemented in the subsequent year. Towards the end of each calendar year, or potentially into the beginning The climate update report will again be presented to provide an update on progress since the last report, as well as an updated forecast based on departmental operating and capital forecasts. So the climate report will inform an updated mandate to departments to perhaps find additional emission reduction opportunities to close the gap with the next milestone target. In recognition that greenhouse gas measurement directly isn't always possible, a full suite of associated key performance indicators will be developed and finalized in collaboration with departments, as well as working in partnership with the internal audit division of the finance department. This full suite of indicators will be used to track departmental level progress in terms of leading indicators, as well as how processes are supporting climate-informed decision-making. Embedding climate considerations at all levels of the organization will be critical for both for buy-in as well as to support collaborative implementation in areas like housing, transit, which require that sort of cross-departmental collaboration between works department, finance, social services, for example. So we're proposing both a top-down and a bottom-up approach. So at the staff level, a corporate energy and emissions support team will be developed, really building on an existing energy advisory subcommittee to ensure that there's appropriate training, technical capacity, and analytical tools to support departments with identifying and analyzing actions. We do see works department, finance, and CAO departments playing a critical role in supporting program areas with that action identification and analysis. A director level leadership committee will convene for that strategic evaluation in the sort of mid-year to look at project proposals that have been submitted to prioritize what moves forward to council as part of the budget process. I'd like to bring us back now to the data, to the corporate inventory, which has been updated with completely updated with 2019 data. This includes emissions related to facility, infrastructure, and fleet energy consumption, as well as fugitive emissions from solid waste and wastewater services. So when I say fugitive emissions, that's methane, largely methane leaking from landfills as well as wastewater infrastructure. And of course, as some of you may know, methane is a much more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide, and so really important area for us to focus on. Notably, this inventory does not include emissions from contracted services. So for example, waste haulage, which is contracted out, or things like employee commuting. So what's notable here is that as a corporation, we have made progress in key areas. For example, solid waste emissions from legacy landfills are declining, which is really key, as I mentioned, because of the potency of methane. In facilities, we have been seeing emission reductions over the period, partly due to the provincial decision to phase out coal from the electricity system, but also as a result of incremental energy efficiency improvements over time. It's clear that the Durham York Energy Center, that purple wedge that comes on in 2016, will be a challenge in terms of aligning with that net zero trajectory, but also really worth noting that this represents an improvement over prior practices of long haul shipping of waste to distant landfills, which the emissions of which weren't actually calculated in our inventory. What's good to see is that corporately the region does have a path to align with this net zero trajectory. With available technology and best practice, staff are in a position to plan for energy conservation in a manner that reduces ongoing energy costs in facilities and fleet and other areas. Solid waste presents some fairly significant opportunities. You can see here that landfill biocover pilot having a fairly large potential reduction in the near term and even greater out to 2030. When we look at renewable natural gas, that first line in the chart there, again, large opportunity, but trade-offs that need to be evaluated with respect to external sale of renewable natural gas to external entities versus an internal use as an offset against corporate emissions. And so as part of the ongoing business case development for the anaerobic digestion facility, we'll be looking at the trade-offs between those two options. I want to zero in on facilities for a moment, because it is really critical, both for facilities reduction, but also for fleet. When we look at electrification of fleet requiring electrical upgrades on facilities to enable that to happen. we did a deep dive analysis in facilities to look at GHG reduction opportunities. And what became clear is that they're characterized, when we look at both low carbon new facilities as well as retrofits of existing facilities, there's a lot of opportunity, but it's characterized by higher upfront costs, but positively with a positive return on investment over on a life cycle basis, in this case on a 20-year basis. So the operating cost savings more than pay for the upfront initial capital. But of course, there's a challenge there, both in terms of the technical and project management capacity in staff to manage portfolio-wide retrofits at this scale, as well as that challenge of in the annual budget cycle of getting capital approved to enable us to move forward at the scale to meet the opportunity that's before us. So that is where questions of capital come in, and certainly climate finance strategies are going to need to be developed as we move forward with this, because I think it's clear that traditional municipal finance tools like property taxes and user fees will likely be insufficient to scale finance to meet the opportunity that's before us. And so looking at alternative climate finance strategies, starting with, building on the success of the Climate Reserve Fund, which we were able to leverage to secure additional senior government funding, moving from that to exploring potential portfolio-wide climate financing opportunities, potentially with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, who is seeking these sorts of opportunities with public sector building owners, where we might be able to transfer risk and to private sector lenders who might want to monetize those operating cost savings as part of their payback, but also opportunities potentially to aggregate climate finance in partnership with local area municipalities, so we can build a bigger potential deal to attract private sector capital, and potentially even looking beyond to school boards and the like. So certainly a lot of opportunities that are worth exploring as we move forward here. I'm now going to pivot in the last 4 minutes or so to an update on the community energy plan. We do have updated greenhouse gas data updated to 2018, so there is a lag. And what we have seen is that between 2017 and 2018, emissions in Durham region did increase by 5%. It's largely due to population growth. So about 4 of that 5% is related to an increase in population, but there is still an increase in per capita emissions, which means on average, the Durham region resident is using more natural gas in their home and more gasoline in their vehicle. The industry slice there is largely the St. Mary's cement plant in Bowmanville, and their emissions actually did increase between 2017 and 2018. A key question is where 2020 emissions are, and globally we know that emissions declined by about 5 to 6%. As a result of lockdowns, but in areas that have managed to reopen more quickly, emissions are right back up to where they were pre-pandemic. So the opportunity is, how can we continue to keep that curve bending down in terms of the emissions as we reopen the economy. The staff report does include proposed updates to community greenhouse gas reduction targets, which was also part of Council's climate emergency declaration. These targets align with senior government targets. So the Ontario government has a target of 30% below by 2030 for the province as a whole, and the federal government has a legislated net zero target by 2050. It's clear that the region on its own is not going to be able to hit these targets, and that it's going to rely heavily on collaboration and investment from senior levels of government to reach these. In terms of implementation priorities, we are moving forward relentlessly with implementation across a few key areas. So home retrofits, or the residential energy retrofit program. We have developed a concept and are in early stage funding negotiations with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to help kickstart the launch of this program. So contract negotiations with FCM on an approximately $2 million in grant and an additional loan loss reserve funding are underway, and planning to launch into securing partners to enable this program to launch in September 2021. Green development is, of course, a key area for us to focus on, given projected population growth in the region. It's critical that new developments strive to higher levels of energy performance. Whitby has led the way with the Whitby Green Standard. However, development industries has remaining concerns around the costs and affordability of hitting these higher tiers of energy performance. The reality, though, is that the National Model Energy Code is going in the net zero direction anyways, and we need to work with the with industry partners to be at the leading edge, ideally, of that transition. And so we are working in partnership with the Durham Region Homebuilders Association, local area municipalities, and Natural Resources Canada on a costing study that's going to be based on local cost data to look at the optimal pathways for achieving higher levels of energy performance. We're planning to do both a modeling exercise as well as a demonstration project that will actually see some of these houses get built in the region to validate the outcomes, which will help to inform further development of municipal policy tools like green standards, community improvement plans, and the like. Finally, electric vehicles is a key priority. We've been successful on a collaborative basis working with local municipalities and energy utilities on 3 rounds of infrastructure funding from Natural Resources Canada, totaling $500,000, which is enabling us to build out a network of close to 100 electric vehicle charging stations across the region over the next 12 to 18 months, as well as to launch an education and awareness campaign to help raise awareness of the benefits of electric mobility. So we have a branded campaign that you can see the logo for there on the slide, and plans to launch mobile EV test drive events across the region starting later in April, as well as working with a network of auto dealership partners, more than 20 of which have agreed to come on board to feature electric vehicles more prominently on their lots and encourage test drives. So lots underway, and look forward to questions on both the corporate and the community update from council. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, questions in the chat box. We have Councillor John Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. McVeigh, for the presentation. I guess I'm going to ask about the site alteration permits that are being issued by all different municipalities throughout the region. Is there any way that the region could bring about a approach that involves all the 8 municipalities to have one site alteration permit instead of some having stronger ones, others having not so strong ones? So I'm asking for an approach to manage soil remediation, which, by the way, the region's involved in when they do a construction project themselves. So under the rehabilitation and environmental and green that everyone wants to see done, can we not streamline a soil tracking system region-wide to cut down on transportation and greenhouse gas, et cetera? Would that not make sense? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you for the question. I mean, I don't know the specifics of site alteration permits, but what I can say is that industry does want to see consistent standards across the region with local area municipalities, and in terms of our engagement with the Durham Region Homebuilders Association, NRCan, and local area municipalities, that is the intent, is to come up with a consistent set of energy performance standards to enable us to hit these higher levels of energy performance. And I think the extent to which that can extend beyond energy into other aspects of sustainable site design, I think that's aligned with what the industry would like to see. And so definitely a good idea and an objective that we are looking to advance. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thanks for that answer. But I guess what I'm trying to get to is if you have it only takes one truckload of something like some kind of residual material or something of petroleum origin to get into the soil, and then everyone's well is downhill from that. Like, not everyone is on good, safe regional water. There's a lot of people still on well water, and I think it's appropriate that the region looks after those people that are still relying on their well water for their drinking water, and their families as well. So that's what I guess I'm asking is, can we not do some kind of testing in regards to GPS? There's all kinds of I guess, a digital approach towards managing this soil. That's what I'm asking for. Can we not look into that region-wide and bring back a report? I guess this would really qualify under your presentation, because I'm also very, very aware of trucks coming in from outside the region into the region of Durham. And where are they going? People want to know. There should be a sign up at least if trucks are using a site. Doesn't matter if it's 10 trucks. It doesn't matter if it's 150 a day, which can go on a large fill site. Like, this is very, very dangerous, and people are concerned. So that's why I'm bringing it forward. So I don't know if you are going to look into this, Mr. McVeigh, or what, through you, Mr. Chair.
So, Councillor Neal, I'll have Commissioner Bridgman answer the question, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Councillor Neal. These site alteration bylaws are bylaws under the Municipal Act, and they are the jurisdiction of the area municipality. Years ago, the region did craft a model site alteration bylaw that was offered to the area municipalities as a guide. There really isn't an easy mechanism for the region to assume control of site alteration bylaws in the way that I think you're suggesting. But I can speak further with Mr. McVeigh and some others in terms of some of these other tracking things that you're talking about from an emissions standpoint. But I think in terms of your original question, which I understood to be, could the region sort of do a site alteration bylaw? A, we've done it as a model, but B, under the Municipal Act, it's the jurisdiction of the area municipalities.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I imagine you have the meetings at a high level with the CAOs of all the municipalities as well, through you, Mr. Chair, and to Mr. Bridgman. I imagine those meetings take place, so that could be discussed there, I imagine.
Yes.
As well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to the presenter, what is our baseline for the targets for GHG? Is it 2020, 2005 to 2011? What are we basing it off of like 20% and net zero?
Thank you, Councillor Lee, for the question. The baseline that we're proposing is 2019 to align with the Council's decision to declare a climate emergency.
And then are we getting a third party to audit our emissions? Because I think you had mentioned that we had actually, we hadn't kept track since like 2018, and we think we went down, but I could swear I saw like a report for, I think it was the Atmospheric Fund, that actually said Durham Region went up 5%. So I was wondering if you could just kind of comment on that.
Sure. I mean, there is a difference between our corporate emissions inventory and the broader community. And so you're right. To the Atmospheric Fund, TAF did publish a report that indicated a 5% increase between 2017 and 2018. Corporately, that's a different story. And yes, we do have our emissions inventory validated externally by a third party, and we have had that the 2019 corporate inventory validated externally in advance of it being presented here.
And I think there's a finance report coming up that sets community GHG emission targets as well. I think I'm reading right now, 10% in 2025, 30% 2030, 100% by 2050. Based on the information that you have, the studies we've done, are those feasible targets? Again, considering we just went up 5% according to the Atmospheric Fund community-wide.
It's going to be very, very challenging and will require sustained investment and policy action by all levels of government to achieve it, particularly looking at getting building codes advanced to a net zero ready, net zero carbon state. That is planned by the federal government through the National Model Building Code. So that's certainly going to take us a long way. We do have a lot of investment plan for existing building retrofits, which is the second biggest chunk, both through the region-led program as well. We're hoping with the federal government budget coming out in mid-April that there will be a follow through on commitments made to support additional investment in that area. So I think, I mean, it is feasible with available technology is going to require significant amounts of upfront investment. But the upshot is, again, based on our modeling, is a long-term operating cost savings, healthier buildings and buildings that are cheaper to operate, and vehicles that are cheaper to operate on electricity as it compares to gasoline or diesel. And so I mean, this is hitting those targets are going to be a very heavy lift, certainly. But I cannot sort of, it's hard to comment any further detail on the feasibility, because we know it's, financially, technically feasible. It's a matter of investment decisions at all levels of government and industry partners.
And as a means of maximizing those investments, I'm assuming that we are sharing our region-wide data with the lower tier municipalities, because yeah, I imagine there's like some municipalities may not have necessarily the budget to monitor their own emissions or to get a third party to verify those numbers, but the region in a sense is doing it anyways. So I'm just assuming there's some sort of knowledge share between you and your counterparts on the lower tiers to share this information.
Absolutely, we are in close communication on a almost daily basis at some times, and certainly we have shared our GHG inventory methodology and data, and we'll continue to work with my colleagues at the local area municipalities to ensure that our approaches are aligned and consistent, and sharing resources, because there's no need for us to reinvent the wheel at the local level, given the work that we've already done. Absolutely.
Perfect. Thanks so much again for your presentation. Looking forward to this, and thank you, Chair, for the question.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Foster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the camera. Here, let's try that. That's way better. Mr. McVeigh, out of coincidence, and I'm wondering if you've seen it, there is an article in the Star that is talking about net zero building and renovations. By any chance, have you seen that?
Was this in today's Toronto Star? If so, I have not.
It is, and I'll give a shout out to an Uxbridge-based company that does the renovations, and apparently the focus is on a home in Scugog. But I wonder if you might take a look at that, and it's a great article. It ties in perfectly with what you're speaking to, but it does speak to a Greener Homes grant program that's available now, some things that Toronto is doing. I'm just wondering, on things like the Greener Homes grant program, are we doing enough to advertise that, to our residents, and similar programs? So things that we are not directly involved with, but either the federal government or provincial government, which will help us to meet those targets.
That is a great question. So the Greener Homes grant program, to my knowledge, there is not such a thing that's active in the markets. I know the federal government through NRCan, is launching such a program in the near future. So maybe it's referring to that, a $5,000 grant program that was promised in the fall economic update. I'd have to take a look at the article and dive into it. But to respond to the question more directly, certainly through the Durham Home Energy Savings Program that we're looking to launch, the slide that I shared, residential retrofits, the sort of the theory of change there is really needing to stack available incentives from Enbridge, from IESO, the Independent Electricity System Operator, from federal government, in addition to rebates that the region is going to be able to provide thanks to FCM funding. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities will be able to offer specific grants for heat pump retrofits for electric vehicle charging stations and garages. And so, yeah, looking through this home energy coach service that we're looking to set up, the idea is that coach or that navigator is going to help the homeowner scope their project and stack funding from available sources, be it federal government, be it utility, or be it municipal. So that's the aim, because it's a Byzantine network of incentives that are, even for educated homeowners, are challenging to navigate. And so we want to have this home energy coach or home energy navigator set up as a service to help homeowners basically project manage and figure out the capital from a rebate or loan or other perspective.
So Byzantine is a wonderful way of describing that. And if I look at the federal government's website, it says it's available to homeowners retroactive December 1, 2020. I'm guessing the reason we haven't heard of it is exactly what you're describing, is it's not exactly in place despite
launched,
what I am reading on Government of Canada website. Second, very quick question. We've got a delegation coming up from the Climate Justice Durham. These are younger individuals that I know have followed what Whitby is doing very closely. They did a lot of work on Clarington's plan. Have you had an opportunity to reach out and speak with them?
I have spoken to them. I wouldn't say recently, within the past couple of weeks. I am aware I've seen their delegation that's come in, but I haven't spoken to them recently as it relates to the Corporate Climate Change Action Plan.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that you have spoken with them, and I would encourage you to carry on the dialogue. They're putting a lot of work and a lot of insight into this. Mr. McVeigh, thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Roy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Mr. McVeigh, when we had the discussion at the town of Whitby at our council meeting, there were representatives from Durham Region Home Builders Association, and one of the comments that came out of the group was just about the ability to have some working relationships, and you've clearly identified it. The biggest component was about costing studies. And Mr. Chair, I'm getting to the question. We have seen recently with Brookfield that they have given commitment in February 2021 towards a net zero. They have the capacity to buy in bulk and larger size, whereas we have the smaller business owner, i.e. in Whitby at the corner of Garden and Manning, the gentleman that's building those homes, which is net zero, does not have that ability. Is there going to be looking at a central means of purchasing rather than, whereas the bigger developer has the opportunity to buy in bulk where the smaller one does not?
You raise a very good question, Councillor Roy, in terms of the capacity for the industry to meet these targets. And certainly when we see the bigger players, Brookfield, Mattamy, are through scale and through their ability to hire the right talent, are able to or seem to be able to do this more easily. And then at the other end, we have smaller custom home builders, and Councillor Foster mentioned Uxbridge. There are a number of smaller custom home builders that have a lot of experience in this space as well. Marshall Homes being a good example of that. And so it's really, it's a tricky question about how we tackle this in terms of broadening industry capacity to hit these targets. But that's what we're trying to do with this costing study with the Durham Region Home Builders Association and Natural Resources Canada, is really to use local builder costing data for materials, for consulting services and the like, to generate empirical models on what it actually takes to hit 10%, 25% above the Ontario Building Code from an energy performance perspective. And the idea is that there will be an effort to do that knowledge sharing across the industry through the Home Builders Association to hopefully bring everyone up to speed, to rise all the boats. What's clear, though, is that from the custom home builders that we've seen, it's taken them 5 to 10 years of experimentation to be able to build a net zero home, to iron out the wrinkles as it relates to humidity control in a very airtight building where you get mold issues. So there are ways to do this in a cost-effective manner, but it takes trial and error. So we're hoping to sort of leapfrog some of the, slower adopters, if you will, using the experience of the costing study that we're looking to undertake.
Okay, I appreciate that. And second question, Mr. Chair, is with relation to, I'm glad to see that there's going to be a coach navigator that's going to give assistance, especially to the small builders. But the experience of the owner within Whitby was along the lines of the inspections and the ability of the inspectors to have an understanding of what they are looking at with the HVAC systems in place, even with the putting in the insulation, and that the comments that were given back to the fellow was that they had never seen anything like this and didn't know how to inspect it.
Yeah, and I've heard that anecdotally as well through experiences in other jurisdictions in terms of, undersized HVAC equipment. When you've got higher insulated envelope, you don't need as big of a furnace or air conditioner, but that's non-traditional. So it certainly is part of this exercise, working with the home builders. We do need to engage the local building officials in that as well, so that they're understanding the sort of the new models of achieving higher levels of energy performance. So this is a broader market transformation objective that needs to engage industry and municipalities, as well as utilities and other stakeholders. So certainly recognize that it's not just pointing the finger at the developer, but more of a collaborative solution that needs to be developed.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for your time today. And Mr. Chair, that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and to Mr. McVeigh, again, thank you for the presentation. It's great to see the progress we're making at the Climate Change Committee and on this piece today. So I guess my couple questions here are around I guess the targets. So you've outlined the targets, and we've all agreed to those different targets. Are we going to be measuring our progress each year to how we're trying to manage towards those targets? Because I know it's, we talk to people in these like big targets long into the future, but it's in order to give confidence that we're going to be able to meet those targets, how are we going to measure that progress in the interim? Like, are we going to do a yearly update to show that we're making progress, or every few years, or how are we going to measure that is my first question.
Yes, certainly the plan is to provide an annual climate update to Council, which is both backward-looking and forward-looking. So backward-looking in terms of the progress that we've made, that annual GHG inventory will be updated annually, but as well a forward-looking forecast that sort of models what the impact of approved budget decisions are going to have on next year's inventory and inventories moving forward to, say, 2025. And so the idea is that every year we're going to have an update on what that delta is between what we're projected to hit and what the target is, so that we know, is there a gap? How big is it? And what's it going to take to close that? So that's the idea, is that annually there will be that update, and ideally that gap is closing each year as we identify additional opportunities and additional capital to enable us to move forward.
No, I appreciate that, and that's great. And I know we're taking advantage of all the grants that we can and our own internal resources, but for like the average person that like to build the home and try and get those things and look towards our guide and the ability to get any extra credits, like how realistic and it's a timeline for that to be in play, where someone could come forward, ask for our assistance with the guide to get access to as many credits as possible to try and spur as much of the net zero development as possible, like for a timeline.
So in terms of the home energy retrofit program, the timeline is, again, we're hoping to launch in September 2021. We have grant funding conditionally committed, subject to negotiation with FCM, to enable us to launch that program for initial 4 years to 2025. It's a fairly modest target. We're targeting 1,000 homes going through that program in the initial years, but that's going to be subject to change. Again, if the federal government does follow through with some of their commitments around grant funding and zero interest loans, there'll be an ability for us to scale up that activity, and we're really trying to set the architecture to enable this program to be in operation for decades to come, because the target really is to retrofit every single home in Durham region, to all 200,000 homes in Durham region over the next 20 to 30 years. That's what's going to be needed to hit those targets, which of course is both an emissions reductions imperative, but also a significant economic opportunity, both in terms of utility cost savings as well as job creation for skilled trades. So I'm not sure if that's responding exactly to your question, though.
No, it does help, because I guess the thing is, I understand the challenges, the grants and all those things to go to new build, but it'd be great to be able to say to residents, okay, around this time they're going to have programs available so that you can retrofit your house, one of the 200,000 pieces of inventory, like you're saying, so they can move forward. Like, some people are really keen, and I know we're not there yet, but it's just be good to, as we get those annual updates, to get a sense of when we're going to be able to expand that program to get more of the houses to have a material impact, because we'll probably have a greater impact on a really old stock inventory home.
Absolutely.
Because they have the most emissions. So I'm hoping we're able to target some of those grants and funds as they become available, so that we can share this good news and try and encourage as many people to get on board a program as it expands in the future. So I appreciate that. So really grateful for your update, really excited about the leadership position we're taking here at the region. And that's the end of my questions. Thank you, Chair Henry.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Neal.
I'll ask my questions when the report's on the table, Mr. Chair, so I'll defer for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none in the chat box. Thank you, Mr. McVeigh. Have a great day.
You're welcome, Chair Henry.
Okay. Members of Council, just give me 1 minute, please. So members of council, we have 3 additional delegations. We have Alyssa Skanga on the climate change, item 7.1, Wendy Bracken on report 2021-WR5, and Linda Gasser on the same report 2021-WR5. Members of council, I'll need 2/3 to hear these additional delegations. Could I get a motion to hear all 3, please?
So moved, Mr. Chair, Councillor Marion Pietri.
I'll second that.
Okay, members of council, moved by Councillor Marion Pietri, seconded by Councillor Anderson, to hear all 3 delegations. I'll call the vote now. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
In opposition?
In opposition.
So that carries.
So that carries.
Clerk, we have no opposition, so that gives us our 2/3. We'll move on to our first delegation. Alyssa Skanga, are you on the line? Okay, just give us 1 second. Okay, Alyssa Skanga, you're on the line? So please hit *6 on your phone.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So when you're ready, please start, and you have 5 minutes.
All right, can I get a confirmation you can hear me and that you can see my slides?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much for being here today.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of council. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me. Next slide, please. My name is Alyssa Skanga. I am an environmental science student at Trent University, and I'm a member of Climate Justice Durham, formerly Fridays for Future Whippy. Our name may have changed, but we remain a 100% grassroots, multi-generational group of community members advocating for meaningful climate action in Durham. I'm here today to talk about the Corporate Climate Action Plan, offer my group's endorsement, as well as some possible improvements, and request that Regional Council pass this plan. Next slide, please. Overall, this is a progressive and detailed plan to reduce Durham Region's corporate greenhouse gas emissions. We especially endorse the ambitious GHG reduction targets, the carbon budget approach, the integration with existing regional planning and budgeting processes, and the annual update reports. Climate Justice Durham commends regional staff for developing this plan, and we urge Regional Council to approve the plan and support its full implementation. Next slide, please. However, we do have a few suggestions to increase the effectiveness of this plan. First of all, the plan is limited to climate mitigation measures. It hardly mentions climate adaptation measures that the region could implement in its facilities. The region desperately needs adaptation too, and measures for that could include reflective or green roofs, permeable pavement, improved stormwater management, shade structures, and additional trees on regional property, just to name a few. Adaptation measures are an extremely important piece of the region's response to the climate crisis. So to that end, we recommend a parallel climate adaptation plan be prepared for council approval before the end of 2021. Next slide, please. Working with equations of tons of carbon versus dollars makes it difficult to grasp the real factors at play here and what their consequences could be. This plan makes an effort to treat climate mitigation as a budget issue, but this is difficult to do without a method of understanding the real cost of climate change. This cost is, in the bigger picture, incalculably large and basically encompasses the entire value of life that as we know it. It is the cost of my asthma and an inability to draw a deep breath on hot days. It is the cost of cities sinking into the sea, floods drowning low-lying communities, and wildfires raging out of control. Simply put, the conventional calculations and cost-benefit analyses carried out by the region fail to recognize the public good of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. That being said, we think that for budgetary purposes, the U.S. government's new figure of $51 per ton of carbon equivalent would be a useful proxy value to estimate the savings from reduced GHG emissions for the region to use in their cost-benefit analysis. Using this figure in conjunction with emissions data from the plan, we calculated that the municipality is currently costing society over 11 million Canadian dollars per year, much too large a number to be left out of the equation. Note, the U.S. government's value for the social cost of carbon is projected to increase, and I'm providing this figure only as a projection for planning purposes. Next slide, please. Finally, the region needs to set a net zero carbon standard for new facilities. The plan calls for a lower carbon standard for new builds. That standard should be net zero carbon starting immediately for all new facilities owned and leased. For reference, this is Tier 4 of the recently approved WIPI Green Standard, which we were in support of as well. If the region intends to achieve its target of being net zero by 2045, it is imperative that our building stock be up to snuff. Next slide, please. As I wrap up, I would like to briefly draw your attention back to why we are here. The climate crisis is the biggest threat that we face, and it is up to us how we respond to this emergency. Time is running out for those in power to protect our planet and ensure my generation has a livable future. Treating climate change like the emergency it is requires bold, ambitious action on all fronts. All of us at Climate Justice Durham will be watching you. When future generations look back on the past, they will either applaud our foresight or condemn our cowardice. Which will it be? Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today. That is all.
Thank you. Members of questions, or members of council, questions to the delegation? Seeing none in the chat box. Thank you, Alyssa, for being here today. Members of council, we'll move on to the next delegation. Ms. Wendy Bracken on correspondence on report 2021 WR5. Ms. Bracken, are you on the line?
Good morning. Can you hear me, Chair Henry?
Good morning. Yes, we can. When you're ready, please start, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Henry and members of council. Thank you for hearing my delegation this morning. Linda Gasser, Carrie Madam, and I sent a letter a week ago to you regarding Works Report 5, regarding long-term sampling system update for dioxins and furans. In our letter, we provided a detailed history of our concerns around dioxins and furan emissions, what's happened at the incinerator, and what's happened with the long-term sampling system. Our letter stands on its own and documents our serious concerns. Our requests to Council today are, one, that Council not accept or support the Works Committee recommendation to receive Report 2021-WR-5 for information, and that, two, that Council refer Report WR5 together with our letter to staff, directing staff to respond in writing to the concerns raised and specifically to the request that EMISA data be provided as we have described below near the end of our letter in bullet points 1 to 4. And we would want a formal report going back to Council addressing those concerns. EMISA is an absolutely essential monitoring system with any incinerator and with this incinerator. Dioxins and furans are some of the most toxic pollutants known to man. With once a year or twice a year stack tests, it just simply isn't enough to monitor the dioxin and furan emissions. Those stack tests take place over a few hours, once or twice a year, but this facility operates 24/7. Dioxin and furan emissions are a long-standing problem with incinerators and burning waste. When we had the major exceedance in 2016. That exceedance was massive. The dioxin and furan emissions during that stack test were found to be about 13.6 times what the emission limit was permitted by the MECP. Yet, in the control room, there was no indication that there was a problem. And this is true for most pollutants that we have. They're high concern, like lead and mercury. You know, you just get a few hours snapshot once or twice a year, and you don't know the concentrations. But like I said, dioxin and furan is a huge problem associated with incinerators and highly toxic. After an abatement plan, things were cleaned up, and there was some major renovations and technical things done at the incinerator following that exceedance. However, in 2018, there was an ambient air exceedance for dioxins and furans. And that is notable because it was a very calm day, and the concentrations went down as you went away from the incinerator. This EMISA device has been in place since 2015, but yet no monthly data has been released for the first 5 years. What is being proposed in Works Report 5 is woefully insufficient. If you look at Section 3, it speaks to having the monthly data, quote, summarized, and again I'm quoting, EMISA trends of validated data will be presented as a 12-month rolling average, end quote. The whole purpose of the EMISA is to provide some data in between those very few hours of stack tests. And those cartridges go in once a month, they collect during that month, they go out for lab analysis, and they should provide some information. And it's completely unacceptable that, this data is not being provided. And I've done a Freedom of Information request since May of 2019. I still do not have the monthly data for the 5 years. And, when I've asked about this at WMAC meetings, I was told that the data results for the monthly samples go directly to Covanta. So the lab sends it directly to Covanta, and the staff do not look at it. Durham residents are paying for this monitoring. It's very important, and it is unacceptable that staff aren't reviewing the monthly lab reports. Now, when you look at the reporting that's suggested in Works Report 5, reporting out a monthly, instead of reporting out individual months, there's no commitment to that here, and that needs to be in writing, that the monthly results should be provided to you and to the public. And this idea that they can, in the annual report, there'd be just a mean average, a single statistics reported out is, just completely unacceptable. A single mean average is completely inadequate and virtually meaningless. That's just statistics 101. You have 12 months of data that you'd only provide an average, when the whole purpose of it is to provide monthly data is just wrong.
Ms. Bracken?
And so I encourage you.
Ms. Bracken, do you have much more in your delegation?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry, do you have much more to your delegation?
No.
Okay, then please wrap up, and I won't ask for an extension then. Thank you.
Okay, well, like I said, the letter stands on its own, and I will just say that if your staff don't look at the data and you don't report out the meaningful monthly data, you're not aligning with your strategic goals of protecting the environment and of continuous quality improvement and communicating results, but instead would be taking actions contrary to those goals. The data requests that we described in our letter are reasonable, effective, and within your authority. They increase transparency and accountability and provide necessary safeguards. So I urge you to refer our letter back to staff, get a formal report back to council, and make sure this is done properly. And I thank you for your time this morning.
Okay, thank you. Questions to the delegation? Councillor Joe Neal.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Bracken, do you think it's a good idea to have Covanta, just Covanta looking at this data, and then, I guess, providing periodic information to the region and the Ministry of the Environment?
No, I don't think it's a good idea at all. And I think that council has an obligation to the public that, you know, we are the ones that Durham region residents are paying for this monitoring, and it's there for a very good reason to provide this information on a monthly basis. In Europe, there's hundreds of facilities that do long-term sampling of AMISA, long-term sampling of dioxins and furans. And there are facilities that post this monthly data on their websites. I think the Durham residents deserve the same. They deserve the same kind of information, and it's absolutely essential to be completely transparent and accountable on this. This is a problem for incinerators, dioxins and furans emissions, and Covanta's a private company for profit, and their interests may not always align with the interests that council has to protect the public, because ultimately council is responsible to make sure there's proper oversight. And so the data should be available to the public, to the committees that are on, you know, act as advisory committees on this incinerator, and also to council. Thank you.
Do you recall that you brought up the 2016 incident, and do you recall that Covanta's position was they should not have shut down the operation in spite of that exceedance? If it was left to them, they would have just continued with no interruption. Do you recall that?
I recall that, and we do speak to that in our letter a little bit. And I think again, you know, it's important for you to understand. It's, as councillors, I'm sure it's hard to follow all these details, but that when that was only found because there happened to be a stack test then, but we really don't know how many hours, days, months went by while that facility was belching out more than almost 14 times what the emission limit was, and so you know, it's a real problem with incinerators. You can't continuously monitor these toxins coming out. So,
okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't want to confuse things any more than they already are, but I will ask through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Bracken, and you've been dealing with this for a long time. If you read your letter, 2006, 2007, you're not new to this by any means. But when what's the ministry's policy on public consultation? Have you ever consulted with the MPP on that, or anything to do other than the region and the Clarington Council?
Yes, I have spoken to the ministry together with Linda and Carrie. And when we raised this concern at one of the times that we spoke with them and had a meeting about the MESA data not being released, they suggested that we could do a Freedom of Information request. And I did do this Freedom of Information request in May of 2019. And I've yet to receive the monthly AMISA data. It's an ongoing request. It's at the adjudication level. But I have been very disturbed by what documents I did find, that I feel there's an inappropriate amount of control that's been given to Covanta. I feel that it's very important that your council should look at the representations that Durham Region has made to the Privacy Commissioner's office on this, on my request. There's, you know, a lot there that I think is very concerning to me.
Okay, and just further that, so any notification to the public by providing copies of any kind of data that you're looking for should be provided to the clerks of the, well, Clarington, local municipality, or the upper tier. Like, is there any mechanism that you feel that should be in place where the ministry can actually order that to be done, other than what you're trying to do for the last few years, trying to get information?
Well, they could amend the ECA to do so.
Okay.
But what I'm asking, you could do it as well, because you are the majority owners. So you can ask. You have this data. It's being paid for by Durham residents, taxpayers, and you know it's in your possession, and it's at the incinerator. There's a requirement. The ministry requires you to store that data at the incinerator site. You're the majority owner. You can have access to that, and you can ask that it be public. I mean, why wouldn't that be public? And the underlying lab reports. It is for the other reports. If you want to advance your strategic goals of continuous quality improvement and communicating results, that to me is a no-brainer. Make this public.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are no other members of council in the chat box. Ms. Bracken, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Ms. Linda Gasser, same item, report 2021 WR5. Ms. Gasser, are you on the line? Ms. Gasser? Good morning, Ms. Gasser. I think you have to hit *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. When you're ready, please start, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Henry, members of council. I don't have any prepared comments, but I refer you to our letter.
I think you might have turned your microphone off, Ms. Gasser. Can you please start again?
Good morning, Chair Henry, members of council. I don't have any prepared comments, but I refer you to our letter, specifically to page 69 in your agendas, and I will just read one paragraph that I think is very important for councillors to recall and for new councillors. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Henry, members of council. I don't have any prepared comments, but I refer you to
Ms. Gasser, we're having trouble hearing you.
Specifically to page 69. Okay, I hear you. In your agendas, and I will just read one paragraph that I think is very important for councillors to recall and for new councillors.
Yeah, Ms. Gasser, if you have the live stream on, could you please turn it down, turn the volume off and start over again, please?
Okay.
That is better. Thank you. That is better.
All right. So starting now. So good morning, Chair Henry and councillors. I don't have any prepared comments. So what I would like you to do is on page 69, I'm just going to reread a particular paragraph that was written by your former Works Commissioner as relates to AMISA. And he wrote this in June of 2016 after the major exceedance in May of 2016. And that's when there were a lot of conversations around AMISA. I'm quoting, and I apologize for the typo in this paragraph. That was my fault. The objective for the installation and testing of the AMISA system is to generate additional dioxins and furans data to monitor the performance of the plant and its APC system. In addition, the owners expect that after further investigation, the AMISA system will be used to monitor dioxins and furans between scheduled stack tests. This will provide for an additional mechanism to better protect the public. And that last sentence is very important. This data is required so that you, as majority owners, can protect the public. The long-term sampling system is intended to monitor the incinerator operations over longer periods, over the 28-day sampling period for the 6-month or so period between the stack test. And what this information, what this data provides is real-time emissions. What were the emissions over those periods? The public is not impacted by rolling averages. The public is impacted by real-time emissions. So to go back to your staff report, to only offer a rolling average and a summary of the monthly data does not tell you as owners and the public what they need to know about the trends at the incinerator over those monthly sampling periods, over those longer periods between the stack tests. And AMISA is intended to complement the other monitoring systems that monitor a variety of emissions, including dioxins and furans. So basically, if there are any questions, that is one reason I made myself available. This is really important because this has been a long-standing issue. We've been talking about this for over 5 years, and to date, this has not been addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, questions to the delegation? Seeing none in the chat box, thank you, Ms. Gasser, for being here today. Members of council, I'm going to look for a 15-minute recess. Moved by Councillor Chapman. Looking for a seconder.
Leahy, second.
Seconded by Councillor Leahy. On the 15-minute recess, I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. In opposition? Hearing none, we are in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Here.
Ash.
Present.
Barton.
Present.
Carter. Carter. Absent. Chapman. Chapman. Absent. Collier. Collier. Absent. Crawford.
Present.
Dyes.
Present.
Drew.
Present.
Foster.
Here.
Grant.
Present.
Hyatt.
Present.
Kerr.
Present.
Leahy.
Present.
Lee.
Here.
I see that Mayor Collier has joined us. Mayor Pietri.
Present.
McLean.
Carter's here also, sorry.
Carter? Mayor Carter. McLean.
McLean's present. Present.
Mitchell.
Present.
Mulcahy.
Present.
John Neal.
Present.
Joe Neal.
Here.
Nicholson.
Present.
Pickles.
Present.
Roy.
Present.
Ryan.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Watton.
Present.
Yamada.
Here.
Chair Henry is present.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members of council, we'll move on to reports related to delegations. Item 7.1, 2021 Climate Change Update and Corporate Climate Challenge Action Plan. Members of council, it's located on page 75. Could I get a mover and a seconder on the report, please?
Leahy, move it.
Moved by Councillor Leahy.
Second, Mary Petrie.
Seconded by Councillor Maren Pietri. The report is now on the floor. Members of council, questions to the report? Just give me 1 second. Okay, Councillor Joe Neal.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So through you to staff, I guess Mr. McVeigh specifically, does he, I noticed in the report he doesn't mention the Cenis study. So I'm wondering, does he recognize that, or is he, in his opinion, is that a valid scientific study that the region, I guess, had a couple of years ago?
Okay, thank you. Mr. McVeigh, are you still here?
Yes, I am, Chair Henry, and happy to answer that question, Councillor Neal. So the Cenis study that you're referring to was the climate projections that we developed, I think, back in 2011, 2014 timeframe before we produced the Durham Community Climate Adaptation Plan, which was approved by Regional Council in 2016. Since then, we have undertaken an update to the Cenis study to update the Durham future climate modeling, mainly to take into account the effect of the Great Lakes, which of course, as you can imagine, has a significant impact on local regional climate conditions in terms of the moderating impact on both, cold weather and hot weather. So we have updated those projections to have better representation of the effect of the Great Lakes, and are moving forward with those projections in terms of future.
Who's doing that? Who's actually doing that?
The update to the Durham climate future climate projections were developed with the climate scientists at the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, as well as experts at the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, and working as well on the U.S. side with the Great Lakes Integrated Science and Assessment Center based out of the University of Michigan.
Well, my question was actually, do you think that the initial one done by Cenis was scientifically reliable?
I think that at the time it represented the best climate science that we had. But in the years since, our ability to incorporate, as I said, the Great Lakes modeling in terms of regional climate models has improved. And so the updated climate projections, I would say, are more scientifically valid than the ones we had previously, but they're not significantly or directionally different in terms of the change that we're likely to experience in extreme heat and precipitation events. One challenge with the Senna study is that it was fairly limited in modeling extreme precipitation events. And so that's been updated again to look at a longer historical record of past historical climate data to use as a sensitivity to model what the future precipitation patterns could look like around short duration, high intensity rain events.
Well, the Senna's model was basically a three-day weather prediction program, was it not? Like, that's what I'm getting at. It wasn't really meant as some sort of long-term climate predictor. But
well, it did provide climate projections out to 2050 and end of century, end of the 21st century, based on historical records as well as future climate data. And so at the time it did represent sort of the best in class, if you will, scientific data. It was based on climate modeling that the city of Toronto had. No, we are now using the updated climate data that was produced through University of Toronto, Scarborough.
So just the incinerator, who actually calculates? Like one of the pages of the report has a graph, and it shows a calculation of greenhouse gases, which not sure if I've got the actual page up here. Yeah, sorry, it's on page, well, they're not numbered. 4.3 has a graph. So it sort of says that there was, for example, starting in 2016, 55,000 tons of, I guess, greenhouse gases contributed from the incinerator. Who actually comes up with that number? Do you know?
Well, the Durham York Energy Center, as a sort of larger scale facility, does have GHG reporting requirements under I believe provincial and federal requirements. So these this GHG data is developed based on the approved protocols of greenhouse gas.
Again, sorry, my question was who comes up with that number? Because my recollection is it was finance that came up with that number. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, that is true. That our finance department is responsible for the corporate greenhouse gas inventory methodology and update. And this year's inventory, as I mentioned in my presentation, or I guess in the questions, it has been validated externally by a third party in terms of its the methodological validity of the emissions.
Is it possible to get a copy of that? You're saying it's been validated?
Yes,
where would
absolutely.
That be available?
It's not publicly available right now, but I think that's something we can certainly follow up on.
Okay, I'd certainly like to see that, and if you could make a note. I don't know if other councillors would be interested, but I certainly would be. So, and you say there's a challenge presented by the incinerator in terms of getting to this long-term goal of basically 100% reduction from 2019. So would one of the ways of trying to meet that challenge be to basically stop or do as much as we possibly can to stop burning plastics? Does that not present us with a difficulty if we continue to burn, plastics on a large scale basis? And I've advocated, we should do what New York State has done, what some jurisdictions have done, for example, and start by banning plastic bags. Do you not agree that one of the best ways of cutting that down would be to stop burning a lot of single-use plastics and just not producing the stuff in the first place, which either A, gets buried, B, gets burned in an incinerator, or C, ends up in the oceans? Any comment?
Well, absolutely that, waste management is a challenge, and, we need to deal with the waste streams that are coming out of our residential commercial users. Historically that we were shipping waste to distant landfill sites, and the emissions from those trucks and those landfill sites weren't incorporated in our inventory. Now they are, and so we have a better view of the impact. I would say as well that waste incineration isn't unique to Durham. Even leading
again, I want to take you back, Mr. McVeigh. I'm trying to get to talking about trying to ban some of these plastics. That's what I'm trying to get you to focus on, and just get your.
That would
you don't talk
have
about that in the report, and quite frankly, I think it's a major problem that we continue to burn this stuff that's used for all of 15 or a minute, and then it's burnt or it gets buried. We don't bury it anymore, but
yeah, that would certainly be a pathway to reducing emissions from DIEC, and certainly we're seeing the federal government make moves in this direction with plastic bans, and I would presume that will continue over the coming years to support efforts on this front. As well, with the long-term waste management plan that the Works Department is developing, one of the key principles is greenhouse gas emission reductions, and so I think that will be this question will be front and center with the development of that strategy as well.
Okay, thanks, sir. Okay,
you're very welcome.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this? Checking the chat box. Seeing none, item 7.1 is before you. I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Yes.
Yes.
In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Members of council, before we go to 7.2, correspondence item number 10, the correspondence from Linda Gasser on behalf of Wendy Bracken and Carrie Madam. Could I get a motion to alter the rules to move this item to 7.2?
I'll move that motion, Mr. Chair. Granville Anderson.
Okay.
I'll second that, Councillor Watton.
Moved by Councillor Anderson, second by Councillor Watton. It will take 2/3 to alter the agenda, so I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
In opposition? Hearing none, that is carried. Members of council, we're now to the next item in the before us. It's item 7.2, Durham Region Center Operations Long-Term Sampling Update. It's the item 2 of the Works Committee report. Councillor Joan, first of all, we need a mover and a seconder to get it onto the floor. Councillor Neal, are you moving it, or are you just speaking?
Yeah, I was going to move it, and then I have an amendment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you're moving the item. We need a seconder.
I'll second the item. Barton?
So you're seconding getting it onto the floor. That would be Mayor Barton?
Yes.
Okay, so it's moved and seconded. It's on the floor. Councillor Neal?
Yeah, I sent an amendment to Mr. Walton, Mr. Chair.
We have it ready to display, so I'll have the clerk post it. So, Councillor Neal.
Seconded by John Neal.
So a seconder to the motion before you is Councillor John Neal. And the motion, it's a referral motion to the Works Committee report that the report, 2021-WR5 in Council's correspondence. So it's there. So it's a referral motion to report to the Works Committee. So no discussion on referrals. So members of council, I will call the vote on the referral. And that would also refer CC10 too. So all those in favor of the referral?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
In opposition?
No.
Councilor
Mitchell's opposed.
Sorry.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Recorded vote is called by Councillor Joe Neal.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ash.
No.
Barton.
No.
Carter. Carter. Absent. Chapman.
No.
Collier.
No.
Crawford.
No.
Dyes.
Yes.
Drew.
No.
Foster.
No.
Grant.
Yes.
Hyatt.
No.
Kerr.
No.
Leahy.
No.
Lee. Lee.
Sorry, no.
Mayor Pietri.
No.
Mayor Pietri. Absent.
No.
McLean.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Mulcahy.
No.
John Neal.
Yes.
Joe Neal.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
It was a yes.
Pickles.
No.
Roy.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Smith.
No.
Watton.
Yes.
Yamada.
No.
Chair Henry.
No. Councillor Mayor Pietri voted no.
Councillor Mayor Pietri voted no.
Correct.
Okay, that loses. Councillor Neal?
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I don't support the approach that's being taken by the region on dealing with this sort of continuous monitoring of dioxins and furans, which is what the EMISA system is supposed to do. And, you know, one of the byproducts of incineration of municipal waste is dioxins and furans. It's one of the most toxic substances that is produced. And interesting enough, it's, you know, of course, this probably affects Clarington more than any, well, it affects Clarington almost exclusively if you look at where the prevailing winds are. So not surprised at the outcome of the referral, but the notion that you're going to leave that in the hands of Covanta, I think, is concerning and kind of reflects, I think, regional council's attitude towards the incinerator by and large. So it's out of their bailiwick. It's not a big deal. So,
Mr. Chair, that's an inappropriate comment.
Why is that? Why is it inappropriate? We're dealing with one of the most toxic substances, and that's inappropriate. I think what's inappropriate is the way that this is dealt with.
Councillor Neal, please. So if I'm not sure, I believe it was Mayor Mitchell. Do you have a point of order?
Well, my point of order is that is an inappropriate comment and an attack on the council that has gone through many lengthy public processes and made decisions, and to treat it as somehow abandoning Clarington is just simply an inappropriate and unfair comment. And Councillor Neal can make his personal opinions known, but he should not be slurring members of council in the process. It's inappropriate.
So thank you, Mayor Mitchell. So Councillor Neal, you are speaking for yourself and it is your opinion?
That's right.
So, okay. So please continue.
Okay. So, and I'll ask council to recall when the 2016 exceedance happened with the incinerator. Predates some of the members of council, but I recall that after that, we were down in the one of the Energy from Waste Management Advisory Committee meetings that was at that time down in the basement meeting room, and there was some sort of executives from Covanta present in the meeting, and they quite categorically stated that left to them, they would have simply continued operation. They wouldn't have shut the operation down, even though, as the one delegate said, who knows how long that was happening. So I think that reflects the attitude of Covanta towards this. So the way it's being managed is that the data is left with Covanta to look at, disclose. You know, the whole point of one of the conditions of the ECA was for this to be developed. And what we're basically, the region and the Works Department is just saying, we're just punting the ball over to Covanta, however they want to deal with it. The ministry may look at it from time to time. We're going to, as Ms. Bracken says, we're going to sort of wrap it into some 12-month rolling average, which who knows what that means. So I just think it's egregious that Durham is taking that approach. Recorded vote. Thanks.
So thank you. Mayor Foster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do not share Councillor Neal's assertion that Regional Council doesn't care, and by extension, regional staff. I think at the very least, before we pass judgment, we may want to hear staff and their responses to simply punting the ball, what is really going on with the AMISA cartridges. It would be nice to get staff to respond to some of the assertions, allegations, whatever you want to call them, that have been made. Mr. Chair, I wonder if Ms. Siopis could help us out with that.
Ms. Siopis, I know you're in the adjacent room.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you. You heard the question?
I did.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. First off, if you don't mind, I would just briefly outline the purpose of this report. As noted, it is for information. At Works Committee, I made the comment that I felt this was a good news report. I stand by that. This report tells us that we now have achieved the correlation and the consistency that we were after with the AMISA system. So we now are in a position to be able to utilize it constantly and report on it regularly. The report that has been referred to, which is WR5, makes reference to the fact that we will be reporting monthly data summarized in our annual report. Our annual report is coming to you prior to March 31st, as it does every year. I've already seen the draft. Mr. Anello shared with me the draft of the pages related to the charts for AMISA. I can assure you that they show monthly data. So, and that is what we reported in this report. The other thing that I would like to mention, and I do so as respectfully as possible, with regard to punting the ball. Regional staff meet with Covanta on a monthly basis. We go through all aspects of performance at the plant. That includes reviewing the AMISA data. All of that data that's generated is compiled and documented for the purposes of being able to share with the ministry upon demand. It's not just left to one side and done in any haphazard manner at all. In fact, I couldn't really understand why staff would even consider something like that, to be rather direct. We take our responsibilities in waste management very seriously. We understand that there are responsibilities, and they relate to public safety when it comes to waste management, as well as many of our other operations. So I do agree with the notion that the AMISA data is meant to complement all of the other monitoring that goes on at the plant, and that is our intent. So you will see a report coming forward very shortly that includes the annual report. And in that report, you will see the AMISA data, and it is noted on a monthly basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Siopis. So one of the reasons I did not want to, and I'm glad that Council didn't support the referral, has nothing to do with whether we want the information or not, but rather that statements are made and they get to live on their own without the ability of staff to respond. You know, and I think it's important to hear from staff. Ms. Siopis, I think I heard a comment earlier today about the EFW, and I think it's a quote, belching dioxins and furans. Can you speak to that and give us some insight?
Thank you, and through the chair. You will see when the annual report comes forward, again, that'll be in your hands within about a week, that the facility has been operating in full compliance for all parameters over the course of the last year. Okay, so suggestions, and some members of council be aware of other stuff that is being submitted to the community. The suggestion that the EFW is not meeting limits, and those are strict limits, is inaccurate? That's correct. Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And to Councillor Neal's defense, yes, some members of council does have a cavalier attitude when it comes to the EFW and the AD for that matter in Clarington, and it's not just our opinion. A lot of residents feel that way. And case in point, it was brought up earlier that Covanta would have kept the EFW open in spite of the exceedances that existed there. So yes, we would have some concerns over the monitoring being left in the hands of Covanta, and rightly so. We wouldn't be doing our residents justice if we're not standing up on their behalf. So on that point, I'm not going to say staff, include staff in that, but some members of council, they do take a very, very cavalier attitude when it comes to Clarington in these matters. And those are my comments.
Okay. Members of council, I'm going into the chat box. Sorry. Councillor John Neal, sorry.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I think this is very frustrating for the residents of Clearing, but it's also frustrating for the residents of the lakeshore of Oshawa as well. It doesn't respect any borders, the same as we're talking about a pipeline that York wants to do as well, like further west. It has to do with the soil, air, and water. And we're all trying to protect that lakefront from the comments I heard of past works meetings and council meetings. So one municipality is trying to protect the waterfront, and I totally agree with that whole lakeshore. Clarington is trying to protect their airshed, and I agree with that, being in Oshawa, breathing that same air in. So if there is any question about contaminants in the air, the residents have a right to find out and be told. That is what this boils down to. It's not up to us to tell the residents what they're going to hear. If I started that, I wouldn't be sitting in this chair today talking if I took that approach. And I'm not taking it today. So you can say anything you want in regards to what residents should hear and what they shouldn't hear. But we're sitting here to make sure that they have all the information and that AMISA is part of it. Plain, simple, that's the end of it. Point. And that's all this was saying, was give the residents the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watton.
Thank you, Chair Henry. And just further to those comments, my question was basically kind of the same. If the AMISA data is collected monthly and it for the purposes of being shared, I'm a little concerned that when Ms. Bracken says that even through an FOI, she has not received that information since May 2019. Perhaps staff could just speak to that, or if there is any reason whatsoever for that time lag.
So, Mr. Beaton?
Mr. Chair, it's Sue Siopa speaking. I will attempt to answer at least part of that question, if that would be all right with the chair.
Yes, please go ahead.
So AMISA data has been collected over the past year. It will be included in the annual report that I mentioned in my earlier response, and it will be included on that monthly basis. In addition to that, the annual report will be posted on the website as soon as it's available. So again, the broader circulation of that data will be available.
Councillor Watton?
Thank you. I'm not sure that answers the question about the FOI time lag.
Through the chair, this is Commissioner Beaton. That FOI was to the MCEP, not to the region of Durham, so we would not have status on that FOI.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. I want to preface my comments to indicate an observation that I have. It seems that if somebody wishes to defend the process for the incinerator, they can offer their opinion unchallenged and without objection. But if anybody wants to offer a contrary opinion, suddenly they're attacked as being unfair or making inappropriate comments. This is a regional council. Every member of this council is elected and has the right to offer their personal views in debate. It is not improper, and it is never improper, for a member of council to offer their personal opinions, and to use points of orders in a spurious way to try to shut people up is not, in my opinion, the appropriate action of any member of this council. Many of us have had concerns about this incinerator since the day it was first proposed. Each time we raise questions about the exceedances or the chemicals that are coming out of the plant, we get told there's going to be a report. But every report we get is filtered. Every report we get is interpreted. What I want to know from staff is, when the AMISA report comes forward, will we be getting the raw data, or will we be getting a précis of the data?
Through the chair, the data that you will receive will be the monthly data for AMISA in terms of the information that has been collected from the cartridges on a monthly basis. I hope I've answered your question.
And that data will be just as the report came into staff, is that correct?
Well, the data comes in, it is analyzed and put forward in a chart form, made easy to read, if you will. It is not filtered in any way. It is based on exactly the readings that come out of the cartridge.
Possibly my question is not as clear as I would like to have made it. Now, the data that is sent from the collector to the region, will that raw data be available to the members of the public?
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to ask Mr. Anello to respond to the question to ensure the response is accurate.
Yes, that would be fine. Mr. Anello?
Yes, good day. So if the question is the lab certificate that comes in from the lab that has a number. So the dioxins and furans is a compiled number based on the lab, and the lab does the analysis, and they give us what we call the equivalent toxicity number for dioxins and furans, which is made up of about 17 components. That number that comes in and indicates this is the AMISA picograms per reference meter cubed for the month of June, July, whatever, is the number that goes into this annual report. if that helps.
Well, what it helps marginally. It helps me to understand that you take the number from the lab takes the data, the lab translates the data, it goes to a staff report, then it's compiled and given to us. I guess what I'm looking for is if there's a sensor at location X, will we actually get the actual reading from location X, or will we only get the compiled data from the lab?
So just to describe what the AMISA is, the AMISA is a cartridge that collects a sample over a 28-day period. So there is no data that comes right from that. That cartridge then has to go to the lab to go through a process of extraction, and then the sample is put through a gas chromatograph and a mass spectrometer. So there is no value at the location of the MISA. It is a lab analysis of the sample that they receive, and then they have to go through and basically they use the NATO process to establish an equivalence toxicity number, and that is what is accepted by the ministry.
Okay, so I can take my next question a little bit further then. So the sensor cartridge collects data over 28 days, and therefore it's providing a cumulative amount for the 28-day period, not for any individual day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we could have one day where all the exceedances are occurring and 27 other days where there's no exceedance at all. Is that correct?
Theoretically, yes. So what it is a mass that is calculated. Then you have the flow, so you know how often, and if your facility goes down, the flow is halted. So you have to basically do a mathematical calculation to get an average for a reference meter cubed. So it's not a simple mass for the month divided by the number of days. It is a little more complicated than that, but it is undertaken by the lab. So it's a third party.
I understand that, and I guess the problem I'm trying to understand, and I think the public is trying to understand as well, is if we're using cumulative data for a 28-day period, and then taking that data and putting it in a cumulative report for the entire year, how do we know, and under what mechanism would we know whether or not there was a release of dioxins and furans over the limit on any given day? Because we seem to be averaging here rather than going on a day-by-day check. Is that correct?
That is correct. The technology does not exist for us to do that kind of sampling monitoring. Just to get the sample analyzed is about 28 days. So you're never going to end up with a real-time type calculation here, or the ability to do that. It just does not exist at this time. This is a monitoring program to help us evaluate trends and to allow us to look at what the operation was to see if we have to make any corrections.
Okay. Moving on to my next area of questioning, I want to be very simple on this one. According to the health organization, the WHO notice, there is no safe level to release dioxins and furans. Is that correct?
Through the chair, if you're asking me whether or not that statement exists somewhere and whether or not that's correct, I could not answer that question. I do know that we have compliance limits that have been set by others that we have to meet, and we do so.
Yes, I understand that, and I think that's the concern that members of council who've had concerns about the incinerator from day one have been raising constantly, is that just because the province says you can't allow the release of dioxins and furans into the environment, and the health specialists all across the world are saying there is no safe level to release anything, we're basically saying as a region, we're going to, rather than to go with the safest method, which is find out a process that doesn't allow any release at all, we're going to go with the provincial regulation, which says, go ahead and pollute. So I guess my concern is, and I think that's a concern a lot of the residents have, I know it seems to be a concern to Councillor Neal and others in Clarington, and I represent Southern Oshawa, which is also very close to this incinerator. And my people want an insurance that their health is not going to be impacted by what's coming out of the incinerator. And correct me if I'm wrong, what you're telling me is there is furans and dioxins being released by the incinerator. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those dioxins and furans that are released by the incinerator do have a direct health impact upon the residents and the environment surrounding the incinerator. Is that correct?
I would not say that that is correct. Two things. One, and I fear being repetitive, but we are well below the compliance limit, and the compliance limit itself has been set by the Ministry of the Environment. When the annual report comes out, you will see the data, and we're well below any limit.
Okay, well, I'm not going to belabor the point. I think I've made the point that many of us are wanting to make. The only suffice to say is that for many of us, we consider the Ontario Ministry the ministry against the environment, not the ministry for the environment. But those are my comments, and that too is my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I see you're in the chat box, Councillor Joe Neal. Is there any other members of council wish to speak to this? Seeing none, Councillor Neal, you have a reply to something that was raised by staff?
Yes, or actually the council, several councillors, and some of the answers given by staff.
Well, you've spoken once, so you're responding to what was raised, so I'll allow
Yes.
it, but it won't be a platform to bring
No, I
up your
understand.
opinion.
Yeah. So just to follow up on, I think it was Councillor Watton brought up an issue about the freedom of information requests. Does the region have all this data in its possession right now, that like all the daily results?
Ms. Siopis?
Through the chair, hopefully I'm answering this clearly. The data, as Mr. Anello described, is produced in the case of AMISA every 28 days. It is then taken to the lab for review and for analysis, which I believe he said often takes up to another month after that. So do we have day-to-day data? We have data over the course of a period of time. We don't have it on a day-to-day basis. I hope I've answered the question.
So is whatever data you have freely available to the public or any councillor to get?
So through the annual report, we will
No, like
be
the data,
providing
please don't. My question was, the data you just referred to, is that data publicly available?
If you're referring to the data that comes from the cartridges and goes to the lab for analysis, no, it is not.
It's
what
not
is
publicly
available is
Councillor,
correct.
Let the commissioner finish, please. Go ahead, Ms. Siopis.
What is, thank you, Mr. Chair. What is available is the data that comes as a result of the analysis of the various factors that go into the lab for analysis.
Okay, and where is that lab?
Mr. Anello, could you respond, please?
I believe right now we're using ALS.
You're not sure?
I can check.
Double check.
I believe that's what it is right now.
Where are they located?
Mississauga.
Okay, so whatever comes back from the lab, is that publicly available, or would somebody, like, is the region claiming some sort of, that it doesn't have to disclose that if any member of the public asked for that?
Ms. Siopis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Neal, if you're asking whether or not we are publicly disclosing the results of the work that's done on the raw data, yes, we are publicly disclosing that. If your previous question was with regard to raw data that is going prior to full analysis and results, no, that is not public data.
And what's the reason for that, Ms. Silvas? Is it protected by some sort of confidentiality provision somewhere, or under the? I'm just wondering why it's not just disclosed if somebody would ask for it. That's all.
Like a lot of the work that we do, there's a lot of factors that go into producing the results from a full analysis. So we take that. Well, I don't want to be repetitive. Bottom line is, it needs to go, it needs to be analyzed, it needs to be useful data that we can then bring forward in an understandable manner for the public, and of course for council and our own use in determining the performance of the facility.
If I was to make a request, just as a member of the public, and I wanted to see whatever came back from the lab, the answer would be that's available or not available.
The result that comes back from the lab is the consolidated information that we then provide in the annual report.
Okay, but I guess I'm trying to understand that you saying it's available in an annual report. But if I, after today or at the end of today, make a request for the actual data, whatever was produced from the lab, would I get that or would I not get that? Again, just requesting as a member of the public.
Okay, I'm going to try to clarify and make sure I understand the question. Let's just say we were talking mid-year, we're not near the production of an annual report, and right. You wanted some information about data from a previous couple of months. Am I understanding the question now?
Yes.
If you would allow me, I will have that discussion internally and we will respond to your question. I don't know the answer, to be honest.
So what I'm struggling with is, why does Ms. Bracken have to go through an FOI request to get that information, I guess is what I'm getting at.
At the time, as I understand it, the FOI request was not made to the Region of Durham. I'm not certain about that part of it. Mr. Beaton can respond. What I can say is, at that point in time, the AMISA data was not reliable. That you'll recall from this report, the report that we're discussing here today, that a 2018 work plan was put together so that we could develop the program with AMISA and make sure we could achieve the correlation and consistency that we were after. We've done that. We now have that data and that reliability, and we're in a position to share it and go forward. At the time that request was made, we had not come yet to that conclusion. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Beaton with regard to the...
Sorry, let staff finish, please.
Yeah, sure.
So, Commissioner, this is Commissioner Beaton. So, with respect to the IPC, with respect to the FOIs, responses were given to both FOIs, and a formal request was put into the IPC. The region responded to the IPC in September last year, and that item is still with the IPC. There's been no response back. So, currently, it's with the IPC.
Okay, so back to Ms. Siopis. So what I gather is there's been a validation of the AMISA results that are being produced currently. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct. That is the purpose of the report. WR5 right. Is to inform council of that. Yes.
So if that is the case, why is this not being disclosed on a regular basis as opposed to in an annual report?
Our reporting requirements through the ministry are an annual report, and that has what we've been doing for several years. Well, the facility has been in operation.
The host community agreement, as I recall, contains a phrase, says maximum achievable technology. In other words, it was sold to Clarington at the time on the basis that not only would it perform to the minimums that the were required by the province, but the region would go above and beyond that. And it actually has the phrase maximum achievable technology. So it sounds like you've reached that point of, quote, maximum achievable technology, but why is there reluctance to say, look, we'll disclose this on at least publicly on a monthly basis? Like, put it on the website. Am I missing something?
Ms. Siokas?
Through the chair, no, and as I responded a moment ago, I will have an internal discussion with regard to that question, and I'd be happy to respond to you.
Okay. Well, I'm concerned, Mr. Chair. That's all I'm going to say. Thanks. I don't want to repeat anything I said before, but I'm concerned. Thanks. And I did ask for a recorded vote on the receipt for information. So.
Okay. Is there last chance for members of council on this item, 7.2? Just give me 1 second. Okay, recorded vote. Mr. Clerk was called by Councillor Joe Neal on the item.
Anderson.
No.
Ash.
Yes.
Barton.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier. Collier. Absent. Crawford.
No.
Dyes.
No.
Drew.
Yes.
Foster.
Yes.
Grant.
Yes.
Hyatt. Hyatt.
Yes.
Kerr.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
Lee.
No.
Marin Pietri.
Yes.
McLean. McLean. Absent. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mulcahy.
Yes.
John Neal.
No.
Joe Neal.
No.
Nicholson.
No.
Pickles.
Yes.
Roy.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Watton.
No.
Yamada. Yamada. Absent. Chair Henry.
Yes. I'll have the count read the clerk, or okay, I'll have the clerk read the count first.
(18 to 8) carries.
That carries. Members of council will move to communications. Item number 8 in your agenda, page 48. Could I get a, we'll deal with them individually. Could I get a mover on item CC 07, please?
Leahy, move it.
Smith moves, second.
Moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Leahy. Seeing nothing in the chat box, I'll call the vote on item CC 07. That is appointing a Brock councillor to the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. All those in favor?
Yes.
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 In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Item CC 08, Ben DeRoy, ADRO investigator, the ADR Chambers Office. The recommendation is received for information. Could I get a mover?
Received.
Pardon?
Grant, received.
Moved by Mayor Grant for receive for information, seconded by
Smith.
Councillor Smith. The items before us, comments or questions, members of council? Seeing none in the chat box, the recommendation is to receive for information. I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Yes. Aye.
In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Item CC09, Becky Jameson, Municipal Clerk, Township of Brock, writing to the regional clerk that there was a resolution appointing John Grant as mayor. Can I get a mover and a seconder on the receipt for information?
Smith moves.
Move it, Mulcahy.
Smith moves.
Moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Mulcahy. On receive for information. Okay, comments or questions? We'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Yes.
In opposition? Hearing none, that carries, and members of council, CC10 was already dealt with. Members of council, give me 1 second. I have to change the paper on my desk. Okay, members of council, we'll go to committee reports, starting with finance, page 75 and 77, or 75 to 77. Okay. So moved by Mayor Foster, seconded by Mayor Collier, that the recommendations in items 2 to 5 inclusive of report number 3 of the finance and committee committee be adopted. Polls, members of council. I am watching the chat box. Seeing none in the chat box, I'll call for the vote on the items. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
In opposition? None, that carries. Questions to finance? Hearing none, we'll move to the next item. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moved by Councillor Chapman and seconded by Councillor Pickles that the recommendations contained in item 1 of report number 2 of Health and Social Services Committee be adopted.
What the fuck is going on with this fuck?
Give me 1 second, members of council. Okay. Seeing nothing in the chat box. Members of council, we'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Questions to health. Oh, sorry. Yeah, questions to Health and Social Services. Thank you. First in the chat box is Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Dr. Kyle and his team on the COVID vaccine rollout, as well as the many lower tier municipal employees that have helped with that. I can tell you, and I think I've shared with the doctor, that the feedback that we are getting on the clinics is good. I will share that people are very frustrated with availability of the vaccine and do not understand that we are handicapped. We're at the I'm going to say at the mercy of the province in terms of getting vaccines, but the reports that we're getting back and what I've seen myself at the clinics themselves is they are working smoothly, and residents are pleased. The residents that are getting the vaccinations are pleased with the experience that they're having, and staff deserve kudos for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just too also wanted to say thank you to Dr. Kyle and his staff. They have been ridiculously patient with me. I think I probably have emailed him more over the last couple of weeks than I have in my entire tenure on regional council. And I just wanted to thank him publicly for all of his help that he has given me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Dr. Kyle and his staff too. I have sent him a plethora of questions and I get answers almost forthwith. So thanks for doing that. So on that vein, Dr. Kyle, a constituent called me last night because there's some questions around Pfizer and the length of time between the first and second dose. I didn't realize there was a controversy. I guess they have a lot of time to watch TV. So I had to Google it. And yes, Pfizer did say that the testing was within, I believe, should be within 21 days, whatever. That's what the clinical studies was based on. So the residents want to know why, if it's safe, how did the 4 months delay before the second dose came about? And based on the information out there, it might not be effective or it might be a useless exercise by the time you get the second dose. It's when it comes to effectiveness. So could you maybe explain how that came about? Because I kind of said it's not the region that did it, it's not our health department, that maybe came from the province. So could you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, Chair. So thank you for the question. These decisions are being made by the Vaccine Distribution Task Force. The reason for the delay is to get first doses in as many arms as possible. There are a few exceptions to the 4-month or 112-day dosing interval rule. And that would include, for example, residents of long-term care homes and retirement homes. But that's a central decision. And as usual, we're in the position of having to implement central direction. Thank you.
Okay, just as a follow-up, so is it correct when I was told that that has not been tested? That's just something that came up by a committee decided on that. So the accuracy of that has not been proven, so to speak.
The decision is supported by the National Advisory Committee on Immunization. And if I'm hearing your question correctly, it really has nothing whatsoever to do, say, with safety profile and that sort of thing. It's simply trying to get first doses and therefore afford a level of protection in as many arms as possible to really provide at the community level a high enough level of immunity to mitigate against the pandemic, which, as you know, we're seeing a resurgence, call it a third wave. We want to mitigate what we're seeing by trying to increase the level of immunity in phase 2 in particular, as well as reduce disease. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the answer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr.
And thank you, Chair, and for the opportunity. Dr. Kyle, I recall back, and I think it might have been January, at our meeting, I asked when you thought the immunization vaccination process would begin. And at the time, based on what you knew, you said August. And here we are as of March 1st. I can't imagine the amount of time and effort and work that you and your staff have done to bring this forward that many months and to get it off the ground for the benefit of our residents. Yes, there have been a couple of wrinkles, but why wouldn't there be with a project this big? So just a heartfelt thank you to you and your staff for the work that you've done to protect our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that exhausts the chat box. Just remind members of council that to make sure that your computer is on mute. Dr. Kyle, just a couple quick questions. If the federal government was to deliver enough vaccines to the province and the province was to ship those to us, how many vaccines could we manage a day within our sites?
Chair, we have planned for administering up to 10,000 doses per day. That's how we've designed the system.
so members of council, if we had the vaccines, our team here at the region would be able to do up to 10,000 a day, which is a pretty amazing accomplishment. Dr. Kyle, I want to thank you and your team for all the great work you've done, but I also want to recognize that we have a number of other parts of our organization that is involved. So to our health department and to all of those staff, I want to say thank you. To our social services staff as well. But I want to thank James Kilgore and our DEMO team, because they have been a big part of setting up the clinics in cooperation with the area municipalities. I urge members of council, if an opportunity comes to tour the site in your community, I would suggest that you take advantage of that. And I really want to thank our corporate leadership team, starting with our CAO, and the work that the entire corporate leadership team has done, and then the frontline people within each of our vaccine centers, including all of the IT and all of the volunteers that are there every day. You truly make Durham just an amazing place to live, and I know that there is a big light in the end of the tunnel, and we're getting there, and if somehow the tap turned on and the vaccines arrive, we are well positioned to make that all happen. Thank you, Dr. Kyle. We've been around, there's one last comment, the Chair of Health and Social Services, Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to let people know, I sort of daily look at the COVID tracker, and as of yesterday, Dr. Kyle's team, and that's those in health, and I believe some help from IT in that. There's now a link on there for the number of vaccinations that have been given in Durham through the Durham team, and that's our health department, the various Lakeridge Health, and our paramedics. And as of the 22nd of March, we had given out over 67,000 vaccinations. Now that includes from 14th of December that started with long-term care and retirement homes. It also includes that some of those folks in long-term care and that have been given 2 doses. But just so that it's clear, it's not necessarily 67,000 residents, because we are also vaccinating those people that live outside the region but are in the priority list that work in the region, such as healthcare professionals, those that are in long-term care and all that. So Dr. Kyle, to you and your team, thanks for that addition, because it makes it easier to answer questions without sending them to you and Dr. McCavish all the time to get those things out. And again, I'm disappointed that your team is getting such abuse, but I guess it's the anxiety of everybody wanting to get the vaccine. So just keep up the good work and pass on the best to your team. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. We'll now move on to planning and economic development. Moved by Mayor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Joe Neal, that the recommendations contained in item 1 and 2, inclusive of report number 2 of planning and economic development, be adopted. Monitoring the chat box. Okay. Seeing none, I'll call, just give me 1 second. Okay. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
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 In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Questions to planning and economic development, Councillor Joe Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Bridgman, for the municipal comprehensive review and I guess my understanding is there's going to be some mapping come out for the natural heritage system in, I guess, September or the fall of 2021. My question is, what system or systems of mapping are you going to be using? So what would the region's natural heritage system include? Because there's various maps out there. There's the unevaluated wetlands. There's the CLOCA has mapping. So have you decided what's in or out as far as natural heritage designations go for the official plan, and at what level of detail will you get to on that?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. We are working away on that new and updated
Greenlands mapping. It will be in the form of an overlay as opposed to specific designations, but in terms of the sources are various sources, and like so much of what the region does, we're at a, sometimes we refer to it as a 30,000 foot level, so not quite as detailed as we might see at the area municipal level, but it's certainly a process that's starting to roll out right now, and we're having conversations and discussions with our counterparts in the area municipalities, but I'm not sure how best to describe it in terms of what you're looking for in terms of level of detail. So I'm trying to communicate two things. First of all, it's an overlay designation that would contemplate further studies to refine the precise limits, and that we would certainly expect that at the local level, there would be a higher level of precision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Mayor Foster?
Thank you. Mr. Ridgewood, thank you for that. Those comments are exactly the comments we heard from planning in Clarington when we did the zone Clarington, the 30,000 foot level, and that, you know, the mapping was never meant to be driven to individual pieces of property. It didn't work out so well for us. Can you tell us how you might be communicating that differently, both to council as well as to property owners, where we may not have done a great job with that, and then relate that, please, to the East Gwillimbury, the LPAT decision that they had in terms of what was required. I don't want to relive what we went through.
Right. We, in terms of how we are communicating it, we have a very engaged website where people are invited to register, and for all those that are on our website, they get notification of any milestones or reports or new things that are coming up. As I say, I mean, we are trying to get the word out far and wide. We've had surveys and public information sessions and things like that. Off the top, I'm not quite familiar with where the East Gwillimbury case ended up. And I think that some of the difficulty that Clarington experienced was catching up with new requirements under the provincial plans. So we have to be mindful of the direction and the requirements that are imposed on us in terms of the level of detail that is provided. So we have to work through those things. I hope that answers your question, but it is a work in process in terms of making sure those that would like to be informed can be informed, and certainly it's a thorough process with our area municipal counterparts.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. So, I'm sure that you do, but you know, a conversation with Ms. Langmaid would probably help, because again, we've gone through that process and it was far more painful than it had to be. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Into this next screen. So are there any other questions? Monitoring the chat box, seeing none, we will move on to works. Moved by Mayor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Marion Pietri, that the recommendations contained in item 1, 2 has been dealt with, 3 to 6, inclusive of report number 3 of the Works Committee, be adopted. Items to be pulled? None. We'll call the vote then in that case. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
In opposition?
Aye.
That carries. Just 1 second, members of council. Just quickly, Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted, my computer is not working. I just wanted to make sure that we had the right movers and sectors. So that carries. Questions to works? Seeing none, we'll move on. Just 1 second, please. So we're now on to the Committee of the Whole report. Could I get a mover and a seconder? So the recommendations contained in item 1 and 2 inclusive report number 2 of the Committee of the Whole.
So move, Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Leahy, second.
Okay. Pulls. Number 2 has been pulled by Joe Neal. Councillor Joe Neal. On seeing none, I'll call the vote on the remainder. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
In opposition? None, that carries. On item number 2, Councillor Joe Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So my first question on this enterprise software is to Ms. Siopis. So when you were explaining how you think this is going to work, I got the impression that it was going to be for scheduling all works activities, like going out, working on roads and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's a good example.
So I actually took the time to look at what this software does, and there's when I don't know, I just did a scan on the internet. It seemed to be really about asset management software, like if you're running a factory, or talks about tracking vehicles, equipment. It doesn't strike me as, this isn't really intended for scheduling work on roads, which I assume we have some software already, but do you agree or disagree?
I would disagree.
Okay, so so you see this as an all-encompassing, complete end-to-end scheduler for all road work, paving, plowing, like everything from soup to nuts?
Through the chair, that we are working with experts from, like we call them our experts anyway, from the various divisions of works and other departments to ensure that we can fulfill all of our needs in terms of work orders, emergencies, various tasks, from the point of view of everything from staff resources, equipment resources, tracking all the costs and the time that goes into each activity. So not only does it simply allow for work orders to be issued on the spot to someone who may be out in the field already, as a simple example, it then tracks everything that is done related to that work order, and therefore fulfills things like financial information, and various timekeeping, payroll. So yes, we see it as fulfilling all of those roles for a wide variety of tasks.
Is there a set of written specifications for this software? Like,
I'm sure there are.
okay. Well, I'd be interested in seeing that, just to, because what I saw on the internet seemed to suggest something different, but I'll follow up on that. Like, it seems to be a great, for example, it might work well for, is this going to work? Is this going to be part of the water division as well?
I'll give you an example related to water. A water main break, an emergency water main break, and us issuing work orders and then following up, as I said, with everything from resources to materials to equipment.
Okay. I thought it was more focused on the water, the plant, as opposed to, but I'll leave that.
It will, sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Neal, it will also communicate with the software that is related to running plants.
Okay. So there's the page 42 of the report lists the system integrator getting $5.8 million, and all these other outside contractors getting another, I don't know, looks like about roughly 10 or $9 million in totality. I'm just wondering, like, who's actually leading this project from the region standpoint? Who's in charge of it?
It's a multi-departmental steering committee that includes Commissioner Beaton, Commissioner Taylor, myself, the CAO.
But who's managing all these? Like, is there not one point person for this whole project that's actually responsible to manage the entire project and manage the cost? Because sometimes when everyone's responsible, no one's responsible. That's all. Like I see nothing in here about an IT manager that's, you know, designated to try to make sure this keeps moving ahead, and, you know, talks about delays and so on. So is there no IT person that's sort of sitting at the head of this?
Yes, there is, and through the chair, I would ask Mr. Beaton to respond to that, as IT falls under his area.
Through the chair, yes. Mark McKnight, our manager of applications, is the co-lead on this project, working with Jenny DeManuel from the Works Department as the other co-lead who are leading this project. So it's a joint initiative that both are responsible.
So it looks like the cost of the software itself, it looks like it's $1,375,000 and some licenses, so about $1.5 million. So another $14 million is for all this implementation. Just again, personal view I'm expressing. It looks to me like the cost has gotten out of control, and you know, like as IT projects, as often happens. So anyway, it's just a personal view. So I guess to Ms. Taylor, I wanted to ask you about so we were doing a little bit of an email exchange there. So I thought this had gone over budget. It started out at 5 million roughly, and now it's at 17 million. So to me, that's over budget, but your response was it's not over budget?
So to the chair, thank you for that question. So this has been budgeted for over multiple years. So that original budget was for the system integrator, which is Createch, and then their job was to determine what system would be appropriate and then work us through the process of the rest of the work to get this installed, which isn't just a software piece, right? This is an entire business process review, because if we're replacing 11 legacy systems, the work that people do change across all the departments. So it does include, for example, transit. It'll ultimately include social services, everybody that owns something. So the project, the original budget that you're referred to was a first part of this whole program. So the budget has been approved every single year in sequence to get us to this point. And thankfully we are almost at the finish line with respect to rollouts this fall and full implementation early to mid next year.
Well, again, I stand to be corrected, but I thought the original budget was inclusive of software implementation. You're saying that wasn't the case? That was just for Createch alone?
So again, through the chair, I always hate to say this because I wasn't here at the time, so I'm not sure how how it evolved, but certainly from my understanding, that official engagement originally was about Createch and the system integrator assisting us to determine what product would be appropriate and then what process to go from there. That's my understanding.
I thought that's what GHD, again, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Apologies.
No problem. As I say, all I can express is what my understanding is today. And our initiative here was to make sure that this full report encompassed all of that, so council was aware.
Well, I thought GHD was hired initially to come up with suggestions on a asset management program. And am I correct or incorrect? That's what the report says. So, and I thought it was fairly straightforward. The original budget was approximately 5 something, or call it 6 million. It's now over 16 million. So I'm seeing a $10 million bump in the cost of this. Again, the software itself doesn't seem to be all that expensive. It's $1,375,000 plus some licensing fees, but I'm just seeing a massive cost overrun here and getting this inventory, asset management software working. So I don't know. So I guess, Mr. Chair, I'll leave it at that. I guess I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. I realize that it'll pass overwhelmingly, but what I'm expressing, I guess, is I'm a taxpayer of the region, and I just think money's being spent unwisely on getting this, what I think, as I understanding, is an asset management software, which, but it's, you know, you look at all the outside people involved in this, like it's just massive, the spending on this versus where it started, that's all. So IT projects can, I guess the scope can change, but has it really changed that much? I don't think so. Recorded vote, please. Thanks. I'm just objecting, I guess, to the way this money is being spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this? Ms. Siopis or Mr. Beaton, if you could, I'll direct the question to whoever could answer it. When this was started, were we still doing pencil to paper for our reporting process in our water treatment plants?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's Sue Siopis speaking. Yes, and in some cases, on some processes, we still are.
So we started this process when technology, the iPad actually just came out a year prior to modernizing our internal reporting statuses. Would that be correct?
Roughly, yes, sir.
So does this bring all of our reporting and into the era of 2021?
Yes, sir. This would be moving us to an online availability to do online and active reports.
And will this help in streamlining all of the work that is produced by our staff here at the region to make sure, for example, if we had a broken water main on a street somewhere in the region of Durham that was connected to the system, and how we respond to it?
One of the designs of the new system is to connect to our GIS system, to connect to our online databases, and to provide that information out actively to our residents as well. So yes, it would put everything online.
Thank you. A recorded vote was called by Councillor Joe Neal. I'll call the vote now.
Anderson?
Yes.
Ash?
Yes.
Barton?
Yes.
Carter?
Yes.
Chapman?
Yes.
Collier? Collier? Absent. Crawford?
Yes.
Dyes?
Yes.
Drew?
Yes.
Foster?
Yes.
Grant?
Yes.
Hyatt?
Yes.
Kerr?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Marin-Pietri?
Yes.
McLean?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Mulcahy?
Yes.
John Neal?
Yes.
Joe Neal?
No.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Pickles?
Yeah.
Roy?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Watson?
Yes.
Yamada?
Yes.
Chair Henry?
Yes, that carries. Members of council, will move on to notices of motion, section 10, 10.1. This motion is actually, it's moved by myself and seconded by Mayor Foster that subject to a 2/3 majority vote, that due to the circumstances arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, a rescheduling by the province of March break to the week of April 12th, that the rules of procedure be suspended in order to permit the Finance and Administration Committee and the Committee of the Whole to meet during the week of April 12th to 2021. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Questions in the chat box? Thank you, Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, so not to be pedantic, Mr. Chairman, but should the wording not say during the week of April 12th rather than the March break because it's not in March?
So the actual motion reads that, and the rescheduling of the province of the March break to the week of April 12th, 2021 is in the
Then
motion.
would it be possible then when the minutes come out that we change that heading to reflect that? Because I don't want to cause confusion to the public.
So I'm getting a nod from the clerk. Yes, we will take care of that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, members of council, seeing no other member of council in the chat box, I will call the vote on the item. We do need 2/3, so if I hear, we may have to do a vote afterwards. So depending on how this vote goes, so I'll call the vote now. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Aye.
In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you. We have a notice of motion. It will take 2/3 to introduce. I don't have it before me, so we'll display it. So members of council, I'll need Councillor Yamada and Leahy. You'll have to do a motion to waive the rules to introduce the item. Councillor Yamada.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yes. Sorry about that. Yes. Motion to request 2/3 to introduce this motion, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, so motion to waive the rules to bring the, pardon? Yeah, Councillor Leahy, are you going to second the motion?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Chair. Okay. Thank you.
So we'll call the vote. There again, if there's many no's, I'll have to call for a recorded vote. On the request to waive the rules, or the motion to waive the rules for 2/3, we'll call the vote now. All those in favor?
Aye. Yes.
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 Aye.
Yes.
In opposition? Hearing none, so the motion is displayed, should be displayed in front of you. It's on my screen, so you should all be able to see it. So Councillor Yamada, moved by Councillor Yamada, Councillor Leahy. Would you like to read your motion into the record, please, Councillor Yamada?
Yes. And whereas the Biden administration is finalizing plans to send 1.5 million doses of the AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine to Canada as a loan, and whereas according to the Government of Canada's COVID-19 tracker at approximately 10 a.m., sorry about that, on March 24th, 2021, 4,327,334 doses had been administered. In addition, 3,688,286 of Canadians have received at least one dose of an approved COVID-19 vaccine. 639,448 Canadians are fully vaccinated against COVID-19, having received both required doses. And whereas, according to the Government of Ontario, 325 pharmacy sites, including Shoppers Drug Mart, Rexall, and independent pharmacies, offer the AstraZeneca vaccine to eligible Ontarians 60 to 65 in Toronto, Windsor, Essex, and Kingston, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington. And whereas ensuring that Durham Region residents have local access to vaccines is crucial to mitigating the spread of COVID-19, therefore be it resolved that pharmacies in Durham Region be added to the Government of Ontario's pilot project immediately, that a copy of this motion be sent to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Health, Ontario opposition leaders, Durham Region MPPs, and all 8 local municipal councils. Mr. Chair, over the past week since this pilot project had been announced by the province, I've been receiving emails from residents asking why not Durham. And there's no great reason in regards to answering that question, in the sense that we have rural municipalities. We want to make it easier for those folks to access COVID-19 shots. There looks like a third wave of the pandemic due to variants. Numbers are on the rise. And I think we need to do everything we can to ensure that we're putting pressure on the Ontario government to speed this up, to ensure that there's more choice for Durham Region residents, and that we get as many vaccinations into the arms of our residents as fast as we can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy is the seconder.
Good.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to speak in support of this motion as well. Chair Henry, thank you for the opportunity. So yeah, part of the challenge is that we're seeing the request from multiple residents. Speaking with staff and Dr. McTavish, just to go through the requirements here, just staff certainly supportive of any effort that council can do to try and politically encourage our partners in the province to try and expand the pilot as much as possible. We're seeing with York Region and other regions with the additional access to the vaccines that they're getting more vaccines, shots into more people's arms. So we want to try and follow that plan as much as possible. We also know multiple residents that have had opportunities to go to pharmacies in Toronto to take advantage of this shot. So again, it's happening, but we want to put as much pressure as we can on the province to advocate for our residents as much as possible to expand the vaccine access as quickly as we can. So fully supportive of this motion, and I hope Regional Council is today as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
I think
Councillor Kerr?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chair. Just a question to Dr. Kyle, if I may. And, you know, like you say, you can believe 100% of what you see on Facebook, but I see a lot of posts and a lot of information that express concern about this particular vaccine. And I'm just wondering whether or not Dr. Kyle can give us an update on the efficacy of this vaccine, its effectiveness, and any side effects that it might have.
So, Chair, thanks for the question. In terms of its safety profile, I think I'd best to leave it to Health Canada, who's weighed in and has stated that the benefits of AZ vaccine far outweigh the risks. And if you've been following the news, it concerns clotting, and I think 20 or so cases in Europe, I believe, versus 20 million doses administered. So well within the safety margins of most vaccines, and I think most credible sources have come to the same conclusion that AZ, the benefits of AZ vaccine far outweigh the risks. In terms of its effectiveness, you have to look at the endpoints. Is it reducing disease? Is it reducing hospitalization? Is it reducing deaths? And I don't have the comparative data at the top of my head, but my understanding is most authorities in Ontario, if not in Canada, recommend the use of all vaccines, and to not sort of go and shop, if you will, for this vaccine versus that vaccine. They're all effective. They all have demonstrated their safety and their effectiveness. And I think most authorities in Canada, if not North America, have landed in the same area.
Thank you. It's, I get residents expressing concerns, and they hear this is better than this and whatever. I just, in this forum where hopefully some members of the public are watching, to hear that kind of an answer would hopefully go a long way to alleviating some concerns. So thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions to Dr. Kyle. I was under the understanding that the Canadian government and the provincial government now has said that vaccine can be given to anybody over 60. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And secondly, the pilot project for the 325 pharmacies, I also heard that the provincial government was expanding that to over 700 pharmacies. Have you have any information on that? Would we be included in that expansion?
So thank you for the question. So the pilot relates to, as I understand it, time-limited AZ vaccine that needs to be used up by April the 2nd. So it's a pilot, and I'm not sure the pilot will be expanded. Last Friday, I believe, there was an announcement with respect to the inclusion of other pharmacies related to AZ vaccine, and I assume it's related to Canada securing a supply from the United States. It's my understanding, I have nothing in writing, but it's my understanding that all public health unit regions, or in all public health unit regions, at least 3 pharmacies, it may be more depending on whether you're in a hotspot or not, will be receiving AZ vaccine. Again, I'm assuming it's from the American source. The details need to be announced, but that is the plan, for it to be enlarged to include pharmacies throughout Ontario, including in Durham region.
Thank you. And I also understand that actually from the pilot project that they're pretty much out of those, at least in Kingston and Toronto, pretty much out of the vaccines right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case. Look, if you're of an age group that's less than 75 years of age, which is now the age to book into a mass immunization clinic, and if you're not a part of a priority group and yet you're anxious to get your vaccine, you're going to go to a neighboring pharmacy to get it while supplies last. That's what's happening. And so given that, it stands to reason that that existing supplies may be used up. The plan going forward, as I say, is, as I understand it, I have it verbally, not in writing, is to make it available in pharmacies throughout Ontario. And it's our understanding that the location of the pharmacies may be complementary to where mass immunization clinics are located, so that they can supplement access, and by necessity would be in perhaps harder to reach areas, perhaps harder to reach population areas, that sort of thing. I think all of that work is being done behind the scenes centrally by the province.
Thank you, Dr. Kyle. I just think it's important with this motion here. Yeah, I guess there's no loss in asking the provincial government to look at it sooner than later, but there are some discrepancies in the whereas that it is going to be expanded. The pilot project is finishing, and that the age is actually 60 plus. And I'm sure that our health unit and Dr. Kyle and his staff will be sorting that out with the pharmacies and that, as was the original plan that Dr. Kyle presented to us. So thank you very much, Dr. Kyle.
Okay.
Okay. Seeing no other members, oh, wait a second, sorry. My computer is updating. So, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about the late thing, but a question raised by Councillor Chapman twigged a question from me. It's my understanding that no one has explained the rationale as to how the pilot project locations were actually chosen. Does our Medical Officer Health know of that rationale at all?
Dr. Kyle?
So thanks for the question. No, I have no idea.
Well, the reason I asked that to Dr. Kyle or to the council as a whole is I took a look at, tried to figure out if it was done by the health priority or health risk, and I noted the area in Kingston, which was added to the pilot project, in fact, was not in the red or the gray or anything. It was actually in the green category, and they've had exactly one death in the Kingston Health Unit during the entire pandemic. So I'm a little concerned, I guess, and that's why I'm supporting this motion, as to why we, in an area that's had considerable impact by this pandemic, we're being left off the pilot project, or areas that have had very little impact were in fact moved up the priority list. It doesn't seem that it's based on risk or health reasons or anything. It seems to be that it's mostly picked on what appears to be for some kind of political criteria as opposed to a medical criteria, and that's why I think this motion should be passed.
So I think separating the politics from the question, Dr. Kyle, I think Councillor Nicholson's question is, do you understand why one public health unit was recommended over another?
No, I don't. That was a provincial decision. Whether it's political or not, I can't comment on that.
Okay. Councillor Nicholson?
Well, that's the exact point, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to make, is that if the medical officers of health who are working in tandem to try to address this entire process across the province, if they're not aware why the priority pilot projects are being picked, then the only conclusion I can make was that it's not a medical decision, but made by someone else for some other criteria. And that's the unfortunate part that's caused me to question the process. Passing this motion at least will hopefully get an answer as to why we were left out.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, I see no other members in the chat box, so on the item before you, I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Yes.
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 In opposition? Hearing none, that carries, Mr. Clerk. We'll move to item number 11, unfinished business. Members of council, there is no unfinished business. We'll move to item 12, other business, page 87 in your agenda. Item number 12.1, litigation update regarding the host community agreement dispute with the municipality of Clarington. There is a recommendation before you. If I could get a mover and a seconder.
Leahy, move it.
Oh, sorry, wait 1 second. My chat box is, okay. Sorry, Mayor Foster, you had it just popped up and populated on my computer. You had a question under what?
Well, so two things. Under 12.1, Councillor Anderson and I have declared. Yes. May I ask, when you are done with this, how you will notify us to come back to the meeting?
It would only be if we go in,
with some really cool music, apparently.
Mayor Foster, it would only be if we go into closed session that we would have to notify
all right.
you. So,
fair enough. Thank you.
And if we did, we would send you, I'll have the clerk send you a note if we did go into closed session. And we might, in order to do that, we might, when we come out, we would take a few minute recess to make sure that you were notified. Could I get could I get a mover and a seconder on the recommendation on 12.1? So
Leahy, move it.
No, sorry, in the chat box, moved by Councillor Ash. Looking for a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Crawford has seconded that. So the item is now before you. Seeing no comments on the in the chat box, I will call a recorded vote to recognize the conflicts that were called. So, Mr. Clerk, when you're ready on 12.1.
Ash.
Yes.
Barton.
Yes.
Carter,
Yes.
Chapman,
Yes.
Collier, Collier, absent. Crawford,
Yes.
Dyes,
Yes.
Drew,
Yes.
Grant,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes.
Kerr,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Mayor Pietri,
Yes.
McLean,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Mulcahy,
Yes.
John Neal,
Yes.
Joe Neal, Joe Neal, absent. Nicholson,
Yes.
Pickles,
Yes.
Roy,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Smith, Smith,
Yes.
Watton,
Yes.
Yamada,
Yes.
Chair Henry.
Yes. That carries. Members of council, under other business, item 12.2, the appointment of Mayor John Grant to Planning and Economic Development Committee. Councillor Smith, would you move the recommendation, please?
Yes, I would, and I'd like to speak to it when I get a chance, please.
Okay.
I'll
Mayor-
second.
No, Mayor Ryan, as the chair of planning, would you second that, please?
Thank you for asking. Yes.
Okay, the item's now before us. Councillor Smith, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henry. I neglected to do this earlier when we acknowledged the receipt of the letter from the Township of Brock regarding the appointment of Mayor Grant. I just want to say, for those of you who are unaware of John has spent 17 years in total as councillor in Brock, 9 as a term as a ward councillor, and 1 term as regional councillor and 1 term as mayor, and comes very well qualified to fill the position in Brock, and I know will also add a lot to the Planning and Economic Development Committee. So on behalf of the Township of Brock, I'm pleased to welcome John and introduce him to those of you who may not be familiar with John. So I know you'll enjoy working with him. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Foster?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to weigh in. Mayor Grant was my former, what we call ourselves? He was my immediate neighbor when we were actually meeting. So I'm delighted to have Mayor Grant back. I was tempted to call a recorded vote so that we could show our universal love and acceptance for Mayor Grant. I'm not going to do that, but Mayor Grant, is good to have you back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, then I will call the vote on the item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
In opposition? Hearing none, that carries, and that was unanimous. Congratulations, Mayor Grant. We'll move on to the confirming bylaws. Councillor Ash, you have the confirming, oh, sorry, and we'll move into item number 13. I missed that. Announcements. Okay, seeing none in the chat box, we'll move on to bylaws. Councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lee that bylaw number 12, 2021 be passed.
Okay. Comments or questions? Hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Aye.
Yes.
In
And
opposition?
thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself and also seconded by Councillor Lee that bylaw number 13, 2021 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham at their meeting held on 24th day of March 2021 be passed.
Comments or questions? Hearing none on the confirming bylaw, we'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes. Yes.
In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Mayor Grant, would you do the motion for adjournment, please?
Be my honor. Motion to adjourn.
Okay, looking for a seconder. Rick,
Second,
Councillor,
Neil.
seconded by Councillor Kerr. So we'll call the vote on adjournment. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you very much to members of council and staff, and thank you for the great work that our team does up in the communications box here. Roger, we couldn't do these meetings without you. Thank you. Okay, we are adjourned. Stay safe, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.